Let's think about the Teachers College in our hearts and minds, which touches every corner of the world every day. What is Teachers College? It's the epicenter of education, health, and psychology. It is nearly every school system, community health program, and multicultural counseling program in the United States and beyond. But it's also a coffee cart on West 120th Street. It's a speeding number 1 train. It's the early morning sunlight over Morningside Park. And at this uncertain moment, it's a way of being in a complicated world. Teachers College is the stuff that dreams are made of. It is a canvas on which each successive generation paints its murals. It's a universal library where we add our collective masterworks. It's a mixing board to lay down our tracks alongside the greats. Teachers College is Harlem, where we work with educators learning the neighborhood's proud history and legacy of resourcefulness and indomitable will. TC is America's community colleges, which are a gateway for underserved populations. And TC is also indelibly New York City, where we are helping schools transition to online education, bringing critically needed medical equipment to major hospitals, and providing psychological services, even as the current crisis touches us personally. But Teachers College is also Bangladesh and Lebanon. TC is Ecuador and Peru. It's Ghana and Cambodia and Bolivia. It's China and it's Europe. On almost every continent, we find TC, creating and improving schools, bringing physics to young people worldwide through hip-hop pedagogy, giving displaced people new hope, working with indigenous populations to preserve their own languages, helping children with cleft palate reclaim their lives, empowering children with autism to utter their first words. All of these people, states, and countries are Teachers College, as are all the places our students call home. It's everywhere that our graduates are shaping a healthier, better educated, more equitable, and more joyful world. TC is in our hearts and minds, as well as in every corner of the world.
Good afternoon. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to the inaugural symposium of the Arnholt Institute for Dance Education, Research, Policy, and Leadership. The Arnholt Institute was established 2 years ago at Teachers College with a bold premise and vision set forth by its founding benefactor, TC alumna and dance education luminary Jody Gottfried Arnholt. Jody's premise was and is compelling. Dance should be as much an essential part of every child's educational experience as music and art are. In order for that to happen, you need to have outstanding teachers who are trained by doctoral level educators. You need research, lots of research, in dance education history and pedagogy to inform the preparation of dance educators. You need to develop and disseminate research in order to create a vibrant community of scholars, institutional partners, and advocates. They, in turn, produce a force multiplier effect for making dance education ubiquitous in all our schools. That was Jody's vision for building leadership in the field and putting dance education on equal footing with art education and music education. Her genius was to translate her vision into a 3-part strategy. Part 1, launch a one-of-its-kind doctoral program that prepares the vanguard of teacher educators, researchers, policy experts, and leaders in dance education. Part 2, establish a national hub for galvanizing transformative research that aims to increase access to high-quality dance instruction, to eliminate educational disparities and to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our public schools. Part 3, house this program and hub at an eminent teaching and research institution that embraces its social justice mission of helping to create a smarter, healthier, and more equitable world. In other words, right here at Teachers College. Thanks to Jody's vision and generosity, we now have the nation's preeminent dance education doctoral program that will propel a vibrant community of Arnholt scholars and transform the field of dance education. It will prepare the next generation of dance teachers, shape educational leadership and policy, and accelerate the discovery and transmission of new knowledge. With today's event, the Institute takes its first major step towards becoming a convener of scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and institutional and community partners, all united in their commitment to social justice and all united in their devotion to dance education. Of course, no introduction can do full justice to the breadth of Jody's career or the transformative impact she has had and continues to have on the world of dance education, on the cultural life of New York City, and on countless colleagues and fellow dance educators and formal students whose lives she has touched. Jody's resume speaks for itself. She taught dance in New York public schools for 25 years. She founded the Dance Education Laboratory at the 92nd Street Y to meet a critical need for preparing highly skilled dance teachers to work with children and teens. She championed several dance companies in New York, including Ballet Hispanico. But for Jody Arnholt, there likely would be no dance program in New York City public schools, and certainly no Arnholt Institute at TC. It's a fitting expression of Jody's vision, values, and lifelong pursuit of social justice that the Arnholt Institute's inaugural symposium celebrates the Harlem Renaissance and honors pioneering figures in dance education by focusing on promoting access and equity. If you have not yet become a believer in the transformative power of dance education, you will after you hear from Jody Arnholt. Please join me in welcoming distinguished Teachers College alumna and my friend, Jody Gottfried Arnholt.
Thank you, President Bailey. In 2019, I founded the Arnholt Institute for Dance Education Research, Policy, and Leadership with a vision to champion transformative, policy-relevant dance education research, with the mission to eliminate disparities and improve access, equity, inclusion, and high-quality dance learning for children in pre-K-12 public education. The Institute is proud to present its inaugural symposium this evening. Recent worldwide events, the COVID-19 pandemic, the Black Lives Matter movement, and our nation's political and economic strife have made the Institute's mission more critical than ever. As our youngest citizens, our pre-K-12 children have important perspectives about creating a more just, caring, and sustainable world. The Teachers College community has long advanced dance making, art making, and music making as essential methods for children's learning, identity formation, artistic meaning making, and socially just practices. As we look towards a future of healing, dance and quality arts education is essential more than ever. I view the Arnholt Institute and the doctoral program in dance education as a continuance of a 127-year legacy of dance education scholarship at Teachers College. Over this history, faculty has included some of the most highly acclaimed professionals in the field, including Thais Barry, Irmgard Bartenieff, Francisca Boas, Gertrude Colby, Irene Dowd, Robert Ellis Dunn, Jean Erdman, Mimi Garrard, Martha Graham, Hanya Holm, Lucas Hoving, Doris Humphrey, Louise Klepper, La Marie, Richard Krause, Alwyn Nicolai, Charles Weidman, and many more luminaries. This stellar faculty has prepared some of the most outstanding Teachers College alumni and leaders across the globe. This evening, we celebrate one extraordinary alumna in particular, Beryl McBurney. A maverick and dynamo, she was better known by her stage name, La Belle Rosette. You will learn more about her, her Little Caribe Theater in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as her exceptional work bringing dance and dance education to people from every walk of life. She believed that dance was for every person and every child. As the Arnhold Institute prepares to activate its vision for eliminating disparities in dance education, this inaugural symposium looks most importantly to seminal Black and African American histories that, though they have largely been ignored, have shaped the field of dance and dance education at Teachers College and beyond. Starting from the Harlem Renaissance, the symposium provides a unique opportunity to journey into the past century as a path to re-examine how dance and dance education can create a better world in the 21st century and beyond. I am now so proud to introduce the Executive Director of the Arnhold Institute, Dr. Barbara Bashaw, Arnhold Professor of Practice in Dance Education.
Thank you, Jody and President Bailey, and welcome everyone to the inaugural Arnhold Institute Symposium. Here at Teachers College, we have long anticipated this event. Indeed, the four brilliant guest speakers you'll hear from this evening had expected to be on campus in person for this event more than a year ago. We thank them for their dedication and their flexibility as we found it necessary to shift this to a virtual format. Our theme for the symposium is Pioneering Visions for Access and Equity in Dance Education. This theme has been in our hearts and on our minds since the inception of the Arnhold Institute and long before the harrowing events of this past year. As Jody mentioned, those events have only deepened our commitment to celebrating diversity, honoring Black and African American history, and recognizing this as foundational to dance and dance education today. We understand from oral history that people across many ages and diasporas have always danced to learn about, make meaning of, and record their knowledge of the world. Thus, dancing has long been a vessel for education. There are dances to pass on the knowledge of weather, earth, rivers, and stars. Dances about birth, rites of passage, war, and healing. Dance can serve as a type of GPS system guiding people to their history through ritual rites, as well as for spurring imagination and bold new futures. Dance aids in personal identity formation, and it solidifies group identity. It has also served as a secret code to preserve cultures under threat. In other words, dance has been and remains an integral part of world making. Now, I would like you to imagine that you are an elementary school teacher with your Zoom window open, joyful to be alongside 25 eager fourth graders who have gathered with you. With bodies alert, you welcome them to choreographer's workshop time. Now, for the past few months, you've all been researching the civil rights activist Ruby Bridges for the social studies curriculum and studying the work and research process of activistic choreographer Pearl Primus for the dance curriculum. Your students are now ready to begin synthesizing their data sets together by choreographing and composing, as Primus might, their small group dances about Ruby Bridges' life. After riffing about what they've learned and what they might want to include in their dances, you pose this critical question. What message or lesson do you want to get across about your civil rights to the adults who will view your dances? This type of questioning encourages children to make some judgments about their elders and community leaders and to think about the kind of world they would like to envision for their future. And from there, to consider the kinds of dances they might want to make to empower that. We are here tonight not because dance and arts education research are important, but because the reasons for doing research are important, namely a better world for our children and young adults. In forging future pathways of dance education through research, The Arnhold Institute feels that it is vital to begin by examining the past and consider the multiple histories, many of which have been silenced, that need to inform the future. We also believe we must reckon with the role Teachers College has played in this history. Beginning back with Delsart classes in 1893, Teachers College had by 1920 established its reputation as the birthplace of dance education in U.S. academia. By this time, it was a recognized powerhouse, producing some of the earliest dance teacher educators and leaders, according to contemporary scholars. We know from recorded history that an incredible lineage of radical women from TC began defining the field and making a place for it in universities and K 12 schools. One of those early pioneers at Teachers College was Professor Gertrude Klein Colby, who believed that beyond dancing steps, we dance ideas, not unlike the classroom anecdote I mentioned earlier. She also believed that dance should be made accessible for every child and thought it was important for all teachers, not just dance educators, to make that happen. A century later, we know that this vision is yet to be fulfilled. Through the Arnhold Institute, its research activities, and annual symposium, we work to re-empower this vision and strive to make it one that is centered on diversity, access, equity, and inclusion. Following Colby, women like Margaret Dobler, Martha Hill, and Alma Hawkins, all Teachers College alumni, have since been credited and celebrated as the primary 20th century matriarchs who shaped the history of dance as an academic field. While we recognize the importance of their significant contributions and recognize the gender inequity they struggled to overcome, we also know that as white women, they benefited from privileges that were out of reach for many of their equally talented contemporaries. Therefore, we are obligated to question the quests, thrusts, arguments, and beliefs of their pioneering efforts. We need to perpetually apply a critical theoretical lens to expose binaries often produced in the Western canon of thought. We need to scrutinize how prejudice, discrimination, and marginalization have intersected with and shaped implicit and inherited assumptions that continue to reverberate in dance education today. This Arnhold Institute symposium asks, if dance is about world making, then where are the pioneers and histories that don't exactly fit the Eurocentric pattern? Who else might have crossed paths at Teachers College? Who else contributed to dance education in our college and K 12 schools? How can the efforts and achievements of diverse pioneers come to be valued and uncovered? We have eternal work ahead to decolonize history as a path to a healthier and more just future. In this symposium, we look to open portals of hope, and we seek the connection points between the many histories that layer, mingle, and converge to form the timeless landscape of this field. We will begin in the 1920s. During this era, the burgeoning field of dance academia was applauding TC alum Margaret Dobler for creating the first college dance major in 1926. But at the same time, African American dance artists like Helmsley Winsfield, Edna Guy, and Katherine Dunham were forging new horizons, as well as pioneering their own schools of thoughts during the Harlem Renaissance, as you'll soon hear from our first guest speaker, Dr. John Perpiner. While TC alum Martha Hill was accumulating recognition for fueling modern dance in universities during the 1930s, you'll hear from our second guest speaker, Dr. Mary Ann Laverty, that Charles H. Williams, an African American college professor, was pioneering the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group with a rather more expensive repertory than just modern dance. In fact, Charles Williams' path did cross at Teachers College, as he was well networked with many TC figures. This included Dr. Jessie Fearing Williams, an internationally recognized expert in physical education, with whom Charles studied during the summer of 1932 for the purpose of his own professional development. Both distinguished gentlemen had traveled to the University of Southern California, which was offering courses and lectures on the Summer Olympiad held in Los Angeles that year. As Laverty reminds us, Charles was serving on the Olympiad Advisory Committee. Through archival searches we recently conducted, we came across a description for Dr. Faring Williams' course, and it may illuminate why Charles was interested in enrolling in it. It was a seminar for advanced students, and the course focused on, quote, the special study of acute problems in the field of organization, administration, supervision, teacher training, and research, end quote. As Laverty notes in her study, Charles Williams wrote a 29-page final paper for the course entitled Outline of Health and Physical Education for Junior and Senior High Schools for Negro Children. In this, we witness the fearless advancement that Charles Williams sought on behalf of Black and African American school children. Charles Williams was also acquainted with TC alum Martha Hill and the Big Four of modern dance, Martha Graham, Doris Humphrey, Charles Weidman, and Hanya Holm, all of whom were on the TC faculty at the time. Furthermore, Williams was familiar with Mabel Carney, who was a professor of rural education at Teachers College and deeply committed to African and African American education. She taught regularly at the Hampton Institute in the summers, and it was the student group that Carney advised at TC who invited Williams and his creative dance group to perform at Teachers College in the Horace Mann Auditorium during the spring of 1938. This performance, 83 years ago, inspired us to invite Dr. Laverty to reconstruct several of the works with doctoral students from this exact concert, although with physical distancing as an additional creative factor. Only 3 months after this historic dance concert, in the summer of 1938, a young dancer scholar from Trinidad made her way to New York City and enrolled at Teachers College. Her name, now legendary, was Beryl McBurney. Her time at TC sits between that of the revered Alma Hawkins, celebrated for developing the first dance department in university education. Now, the transcript of the adventurous McBurney speaks to her wide-ranging interests as an alumna of the arts and humanities. In her first semester, McBurney studied dance for young children with Gertrude Colby's protege, Mary O'Donnell, and she studied direction and play production with Milton Smith, a professor in the speech program, and also drawing in what was then the fine arts program, most likely with Olive Riley. During her years at TC, McBurney also studied Dalcroze Eurythmics in the music program with Elsa Finley and modern dance with Martha Graham, Hanya Holm, and Louis Horst, all at Teachers College. As you will hear from our guest scholar, Judy Raymond, McBurney augmented her studies with a prospering career at the latter end of the Harlem Renaissance. It was this enriching dance performance career and this enriching time at TC that further fueled McBurney's pioneering spirit and led to the significant contributions she made in the US and in her homeland of Trinidad, including her Little Carib Theater, which still exists today. In tonight's symposium, we celebrate our alumnus Beryl McBurney and honor the incredible legacy and pathways she has provided. In our final segment of the symposium, we look to forging paths to the future with our guest speaker, Dr. Ojea Cruz Banks. She calls for revisioning dance education through Black, African, and Indigenous perspectives and pedagogies. As Dr. Perpiner states in his book, Catherine Dunham's high school dance teacher influenced her early life as an artist scholar. So let us go again back in time to our mind's eye to the elementary school class session we visited at the beginning of this talk. As you listen to our guest scholars tonight, imagine again our young fourth grade artist researchers and what it would mean for them to dance in the footsteps of the pioneers we will celebrate tonight. Imagine their possibilities for making a better, more just, and inclusive world. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Dr. Ted Warburton, the Senior Fellow for the Arnhold Institute, who will tell you more about our symposium co-sponsors.
Thank you, Barbara. Tonight's symposium is co-sponsored by Creating a Better World. Teachers College celebrates the Harlem Renaissance, a series of events through which Teachers College celebrates and recognizes the importance of the Harlem Renaissance at its 100th anniversary. The Renaissance's intensive creativity in Black literature, music, theater, visual arts, and progressive social thought unfolded close by our campus on Harlem's southern edge at 120th Street. Curated by TC's Professor Erica Walker and Associate Vice President Nancy Strime, Creating a Better World is also connected to a broad 2-year New York City celebration of the centennial. Thank you, Professor Walker and Associate Vice President Strime, for your generous support of our speakers this evening. If our audience is interested in learning more about additional symposia, salons, and exhibitions in this series, please visit the Arnhold Institute Symposium website. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our first guest speaker, introducing this theme, Dr. John Perpiner, and his talk entitled African American Dancers and the Harlem Renaissance. Dr. Perpiner is a dance historian and independent scholar who currently lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. He received his PhD in Performance Studies from New York University and his MFA in Dance from Southern Methodist University. Dr. Perpiner has held teaching positions at Florida State University, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, the University of Maryland College Park, as well as Howard University in Washington, D.C. Dr. Perpiner has lectured nationally and internationally and has served as a primary consultant for the PBS documentary film Free to Dance. His most recent essays have been published online as part of the Jacob Pillow Dance Festival's archival project, Dance Interactive. His book, African American Concert Dance, The Harlem Renaissance and Beyond, is available for purchase in the virtual Arnhold Institute Symposium bookstore, navigable from the symposium website. Welcome, Dr. Perpiner.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who has been involved in making this presentation possible. When I reflect on African American dance during the Harlem Renaissance, I am reminded of how it was surrounded by an amazing array of factors that shaped it, gave it life, and defined it as an artistic and cultural marker of its time. And that's why, before I go on to the central focus of this discussion, dance, I want to take a look at some of the factors that shaped how African Americans danced on the concert stage, in the vaudeville houses, and in the ballrooms and nightclubs of early 20th century America. In his seminal work, When Harlem Was in Vogue, author David Levering Lewis speaks of the many contexts that surrounded the period of America's cultural history that eventually became known as the Harlem Renaissance. In Lewis's work, one can see how the political, social, economic, and aesthetic realms of early 20th century America overlay each other like concentric circles, each one influencing the other. There was the post-World War I euphoria of victorious new beginnings, mixed with the realities that African American soldiers faced returning to their communities, where in 1918 and 1919, rampant racism was resulting in a wave of lynching and looting aimed at the destruction of Black communities. There were new organizations such as the NAACP that created legal strategies to dismantle infrastructures that had been created to, quote unquote, keep Black people in their place. That place for many African Americans was in destitute communities in the South, where they lived as sharecroppers under a system of peonage that was just barely an improvement over slavery. But the desire to escape violence, seek economic opportunities, and generally better their lives led many of the Black underclass to leave the South for urban centers in the North, Midwest, and West during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Lewis also stresses the importance of another class of African Americans who were more fortunate and belonged to a group that was well educated and much better off. Those individuals had some access, though limited, to the halls where Americans' political, social, and economic power was brokered. The preeminent representative of that group was William Edward Burghardt Du Bois, often described as patrician, well-bred, noble, aristocratic, educated, and refined. Du Bois had all of the pedigrees to qualify for that label. He was educated at Fisk University, Harvard, and the University of Berlin. His many professions included journalist, sociologist, civil rights activist, and novelist. And he was one of the founders of the Niagara movement, which developed into the NAACP. One of Du Bois's ideas that is often cited as indicating the identity markers that existed between different groups of African Americans was his concept positing how a remarkable group of Black folks would lead a movement to improve the lot of everyone in their race. That formulation asserted that this elite group, what he called the talented 10th, could accomplish this because of their education and intellectual acumen, and no doubt because of their patrician bearing. As upper-class symbols of racial accomplishments, the talented 10th would herald the positive promise of the entire race and pave the way for acceptance by mainstream America. Corrective sociology seems to have been the name of the game for many of the Black intellectuals and activists of the early 20th century. Another one of the leading proponents of this approach was Charles Spurgeon Johnson. His strategy for racial betterment takes us even deeper into the foundational ideas that underlay this period of momentous artistic achievement in Black America. Johnson pursued graduate studies at the University of Chicago, and it was there that he was introduced to the idea of sociological positivism, a theory forwarded by one of his professors, Robert E. Park. According to Park, Blacks in America would move through ever-ascending levels of progress that, in spite of various setbacks, would lead them irreversibly towards an equal status in American society. In addition to this, Park believed that each racial group had a distinctive essence. For example, Jews were intellectual, and Anglo-Saxons were pioneering and adventuresome. The quote-unquote Negro's essence was their artistic temperament, and if they developed this gift to the fullest, they would be able to interact with other Americans to encourage social acceptance for the entire race. As with the talented 10th, this would be a special group of Black people who would lead the way. This idea has fascinated me since I first encountered it in Lewis's book. Like other ideas of the time concerning racial uplift, it was aspirational, and it indicated how thinkers like Du Bois and Johnson struggled with solving the realities of racial oppression in America. It also occurred to me that, as hopeful as it was, sociological positivism was an idea that would strike us today as being hopelessly mired in a kind of self-abnegating essentialism. But these were the constructs that helped motivate Black people during that particular period of racial oppression. Another fascinating contextual aspect of the Harlem Renaissance was the significant role that European Americans played in forwarding these ideas. In literary and theatrical arenas, white authors and playwrights of the 1920s drew on material from Black life to create narratives and characters that fit their own versions of racial representation. These characters might depict noble savages, unfettered from the dehumanization of modern society and still in touch with the purity of human nature. There were also more exotic characters whose sensuality was another way of affirming their earthy humanity. These white artists' approach was a kind of adulatory elevation of Black people as saviors of a degenerate Western world, and it added to the growing interest in Black Americans by those who had the power to underwrite and promote artistic projects: philanthropists, publishers and editors, critics, and other cultural arbiters. Black intellectuals like Du Bois, Johnson, and their fellow strategists joined forces with these white power brokers and began building an infrastructure consisting of literary prizes, funding opportunities, publications, scholarships, and art gallery openings that would support an artistic movement. And all of this, as Lewis points out, centered on the vibrant, multifaceted, and aspirational community of Harlem. By 1925, the Harlem Renaissance was underway. It was very much a literary movement with stars like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston. There were also theatrical achievements with prominent figures such as Paul Robeson, and groundbreaking musicals like Shuffle Along. It was a time when musical geniuses like William Grant Still and Duke Ellington were planting the seeds of their significant careers. And it saw the rise of an international entertainment phenomenon, Josephine Baker, who was the Madonna and the Jennifer Lopez of her time. I think of dance during this period as a cultural and artistic element that lived in many different forms. In my own book, African American Concert Dance, the Harlem Renaissance and Beyond, I speak of dance in general as serving a symbolic function for Black poets and painters of the Harlem Renaissance. The image of the dancer basking in sensuality and free from the shackles of modern society could be found in the poetry of Langston Hughes and the sculptures of Richmond Barthé. In its embodied form, dance was a social mainstay in America, with dance crazes like the Black Bottom, the Charleston, and the Lindy Hop sweeping the country one after another. Black Harlemites socialized and danced at nightclubs, ballrooms, and house parties, re-energizing the dances that many of them had brought when they migrated from the South. Moreover, these were dances that had even deeper roots in the African cultures of their ancestors. African American musical theater was another generator of dance movement innovation, with Black performers making inroads on Broadway stages and at theaters like the Lafayette in Harlem. In these different settings, I think of dance as being an embodied expression of the vital spirit that Black people cultivated as they sought to end racial oppression and move physically and ideologically toward equality in the American project. In this conceptualization, we can see another aspect of sociological positivism. This brings me to another manifestation of dance during the Harlem Renaissance, one where African American artists aspired to achieve recognition in the newly developing field of concert dance. In a sense, this was another interracial project, since the Black artists were seeking to join a movement initiated by white artists like Martha Graham and Doris Humphrey to create a kind of dance performance that could be accepted as high art, as opposed to popular entertainment or a social pastime. As Katherine Dunham later put it, quote, "Our goal is to attain a status in the dance world that will give the Negro dance student the courage really to study and a reason to do so, and to take our dance out of the burlesque to make it a more dignified art," unquote. Of course, the concept of high art is a questionable categorical distinction that seeks to establish a hierarchy of artistic expressions, with specific forms of Western art placed at the top. In dance, classical ballet, with its noble European pedigree, was the preeminent art form that qualified for this distinction. However, in their search for aesthetic legitimacy, Black and white dance artists of the 1920s and 1930s eschewed the highly codified traditions of classical ballet and sought to establish an art form that was based on the individual artist's unique expressive voice. The new dancer would be attuned to the truth of her or his own experiences and responsive to the social and political realities of their times. Like other artists of the Harlem Renaissance, aspiring African American concert dancers would pursue this direction by exploring different aspects of African diaspora art and culture and adhering to the same ideology of racial uplift that Du Bois and Johnson preached. One of the earliest young artists who followed this path was Hemsley Winfield. As a teenager in Yonkers, New York, Winfield began to explore his interest in the arts by establishing his own theater group. At the time, American communities throughout the country were joining in the Little Theater movement, an initiative to establish community-based theater groups that were non-commercial, non-elitist, and staffed by semi-professionals and amateurs from the community. One such group in Harlem, the Krigwa Players, was founded by W.E.B. Du Bois himself. Winfield established a theater group in Yonkers, but he soon moved on to study and perform with several groups in Harlem and Greenwich Village, New York, such as the National Ethiopian Art Theater and the Provincetown Playhouse. Around the same time, he began performing on Broadway in shows that white playwrights and producers created to capitalize on the rage for Blackness of the time. One such show, Harlem, was co-authored by a Black playwright and a white one. It was described as a black belt slice of life, and it had critics outdoing themselves in sensational commentaries that described the all-Black cast. One critic spoke of the sizzling dances in the play, and another described the performers as writhing lustily through their barbaric dances. These types of perceptions concerning African American dance were exactly what Winfield and others would try to negate over the years by aspiring to create dance that would be considered serious art, another term used during the period. During the late 1920s, when Winfield was on the brink of organizing a dance company, he attempted to study with some of the white artists who had dance studios in New York. This would have been a hit and miss undertaking because most of those artists didn't accept Black dancers in their classes, and there were only an exceptional few who would offer private classes for African Americans. This was the state of affairs reflected in the early efforts of one of Winfield's contemporaries, Edna Guy. For some time, Guy had been studying with one of the pioneering European American concert dancers of the time, Ruth St. Denis, and she was just beginning to be recognized in New York's artistic circles. Edna Guy also joined Winfield in one of his first undertakings that was devoted entirely to dance. In April 1931, the two artists shared a concert titled The First Negro Dance Concert in America. Most of the dances on the concert reflected the Harlem Renaissance imperative that was adopted by many Black artists of the time: to pursue a path that led toward African American self-representation and the creation of work that explored a people's cultural history. In this vein, Winfield and his dancers performed Bronze Study and Jungle Wedding, and a work that was simply titled Negro. Among Guy's contributions to the program were two dances, Get on Board Little Children and Weeping Mary, that were performed to Negro spirituals. Guy was one of the first artists to choreograph dances to music that had its root in the culture of enslaved Americans. This practice of creating dances that were set to the distinctive rhythms and harmonics of African American music would become one of the characteristics of Black choreographers over the coming decades, as they embraced spirituals, the blues, jazz, gospel music, and other forms. The first Negro dance concert in America was groundbreaking in that it was a step toward legitimizing African American dance artists in the elevated genre of theatrical dance that was evolving at the time. Winfield and Guy's achievements included the fact that their concert garnered a considerable amount of press coverage by dance critics whose opinions reflected their support of the young artists as well as their prejudices against them. For example, John Martin of the New York Times noted that Negro artists had not previously approached the field of concert dance, and he went on to acknowledge the dancers' commendable efforts and considerable poise. But he also expressed an idea that he would revisit during the coming decades when he reviewed Black artists, that some forms of dance were appropriate for them and others were not. Quote, "It is not in these dances which echo and imitate the manner of the dancers of another race that the Negro dancers are at their best, but in those in which their forthrightness and simplicity have full play. Miss Guy's group of spirituals and the primitive ritual dances by the group can be counted in this category," unquote. Along these same lines, in a later article, Martin spoke of European American dance techniques and styles as being the art of an quote unquote alien culture that Black artists should not attempt to perform. Critics and cultural arbiters would voice these types of racial prescriptions again and again over the years, but it most often resulted in the redoubled effort of artists to establish their own institutions where they could continue to become conversant with new dance trends and pursue their own artistic innovations at the same time. This was a syncretic approach to art making that provided another path forward for Black artists over the years. During the early 1930s, Winfield continued building his dance company, and in January 1933, he reached a high point in his career when he and his dancers performed at one of New York's most prestigious venues, the Metropolitan Opera House. The occasion was the premiere of The Emperor Jones. The production was an adaptation of Eugene O'Neill's play, which is another example of white playwrights making enthusiastic forays into the themes and subject matter of Black life. The central character was Brutus Jones, an African-American who flees to the West Indian islands, where he cunningly plays on the superstitions of the natives, exploits them, and appoints himself emperor. This central character was played by a European-American opera singer, Lawrence Tibbett. His casting followed the tradition of the time in which major productions cast white artists in dark makeup as Black characters. Hemsley Winfield and his dancer appeared in a scene where Brutus Jones is pursued by personifications of his inner demons before he commits suicide. Winfield danced a solo as the witch doctor who leads Jones' tormentors. This was again one of those situations where, from today's perspective, one might think of Winfield and his dancers as engaging in stereotypical portrayals of Black people whose primary purpose in life is to dance with unrestrained primitivism. However, the critics of the time were far more positive for the most part. The music critic of the New York Herald Tribune opined that Winfield's dancers were a relief from the uninspired dancing that audiences usually saw at the Met. And she closed by saying, "Congratulations to whomever was inspired to seek out Mr. Winfield and make his achievement possible." I think of the positive responses to Winfield's performances at the Metropolitan Opera as a prime example of Du Bois and Johnson's idea that the most efficacious way for African Americans to improve their lot was to promote the achievements of those individuals who were uniquely prepared to represent the race positively and move it forward. One of Winfield's last performances took place at an event organized by the Workers' Dance League, a collective of leftist dance groups whose aim was to use their work in the service of social justice. Jewish artists like Edith Siegel were among the vanguard of these activists. Winfield was invited to participate in the forum titled, "What Shall the Negro Dance About?" After his group and Siegel's group performed, the floor was open for discussion of the theme. One unidentified participant spoke with revolutionary zeal, quote, "We have come to a new place in dance, a dance that has social significance. Since we recognize the Negro as an exploited race, our dance should express the strivings of the new Negro. It should express our struggle for social, economic, and political equality and our part in the struggle against war," unquote. Winfield, who spoke briefly, acknowledged the fundamental human feelings that could be expressed through dance, and he also acknowledged the significance of the African American heritage and African American folk traditions in dance. Up to this point in his career, Hemsley Winfield's work presaged the promise that he would continue to make significant contributions to the world of theater dance in ways that would benefit African American communities and the country as a whole. Unfortunately, he fell ill and succumbed to pneumonia at New York Hospital on January the 15th, 1934, at the young age of 27. It would be another inspired young dance dancer choreography who would continue to make African American concert dance a vital component of art and culture in America. Unlike Winfield, Katherine Dunham would make her significant contributions to society for more than 6 decades. And though her accomplishments as a dancer and choreography would be outstanding, she would also make her multifaceted mark as an anthropologist, author, civil rights activist, educator, and humanitarian. The story of this remarkable woman began in 1909 when she was born in Glen Ellen, Illinois. As a child, she fantasized about becoming an explorer, and she was extraordinarily curious about the people she encountered. Her first exposure to dance occurred when she was in high school with a teacher who taught a kind of freestyle movement based on the concepts of Émile Jacques Dalcroze and Rudolf Laban. In 1929, she moved to Chicago, where one of her first involvements in theater was, like Winfield, with a little theater group which became a kind of cultural center for young artists who were inspired by the zeitgeist of the Harlem Renaissance. The group even attracted luminaries such as Langston Hughes and Alan Locke when they passed through Chicago from time to time. But Dunham had a growing interest in studying dance, and unlike many aspiring Black dancers of the period, she had success in finding a teacher who would accept her as a student. Her first teacher, Mark Turbyfield, remembered her standing at the ballet bar, quote, "the only Black in a line of young women," unquote. Turbyfield's liberal nature enabled him to establish a bond with Dunham. They began to recruit more Black students, and they worked to interest the Black community in their projects. The result was a group they called Ballet Nègre, which first performed in 1931. Dunham collaborated with other European Americans as she explored dance performance opportunities. She joined with her Russian ballet teacher, Olga Speranzova, to establish a school and a company they called the Negro Dance Group. And she was also introduced to Ruth Page, ballet director of the Chicago Grand Opera, who gave Dunham the lead role in her West Indian ballet, La Gia Blaise. During all of these performance-related activities, Dunham also pursued her academic interest at the University of Chicago, where she eventually decided to major in anthropology as a way to sate her curiosity about the diverse roles dance could play in people's lives. Her studies at the university were deepened when she was mentored by Robert Redfield, one of the leading ethnologists of the time. As Dunham's visibility increased in the Chicago arts community, a fortuitous set of circumstances brought her work to the attention of the Rosenwald Foundation. The foundation had been established by an important figure in Harlem Renaissance philanthropy, Julius Rosenwald, who supported many African-American causes. As an indication of the connecting threads that formed a network of sociological, artistic, and financial dynamics during the period, we find that sociologist Charles S. Johnson had also received a Rosenwald grant. He continued to support the organization's goals, and he was an early supporter of the young Katherine Dunham's work. After presenting a written proposal and performing before the Rosenwald Committee members, Dunham received a grant to undertake anthropological research in Jamaica, Trinidad, Martinique, and Haiti. She set out on a journey that took more than a year, during which she studied African diaspora communities where dance was an important aspect of the religious, political, and social lives of the people. During her fieldwork, she also observed the centrality of African retentions in New World cultures. Of all the places she traveled, Haiti became the most important focus of her studies. The country and its people found a special place in her heart and in her aesthetic development as she became more familiar with the details of Haitian culture, the rich tapestry of African and Catholic elements in the Vodun religion, the elaborate pantheon of spirits, and most of all, the dances through which those spirits manifested themselves. After Dunham returned to Chicago, she established her school and her dance company and set off to engage in her life's work that would, over the coming decades, establish her as a uniquely significant influence in the world of dance. She and her company took part in several performance events in 1937, including the Negro Dance Evening at New York's YMYWHA, a program that she shared with several other Black artists. But her company's most significant appearance during the period occurred in 1940, when she presented a full-scale concert on Broadway at the Windsor Theater. Tropics and Le Jazz Hot was the occasion when many aspects of her career came together to create her distinctive form of dance theater. For that production, she had settled on a musical review format consisting of dramatic vignettes, dance, instrumental music, and vocal selections drawn from many cultures. A suite of dances, primitive rhythms, borrowed elements of Polynesian, Cuban, and Mexican culture. Peruvian, Bahiana, island songs, and tropics represented South America and the Caribbean islands, and the dances of urban and rural African American culture were featured in Br'er Rabbit and the Tar Baby. Tropics and Le Jazz Hot was a full realization of Dunham's conceptualization of a type of theatrical performance that was based on her studies of dance as one of the most salient expressions of a people's culture. During her fieldwork, she had seen the myriad ways in which dance functioned in religious rituals, social gatherings such as Mardi Gras, and in work-related activities, as when laborers moved from one field to another to tend crops. One of her biographers, Joyce Aschenbrenner, discusses how Dunham's work in anthropology formed the foundation for all of the activities she engaged in, including her scholarly publications and lectures, her teaching, and her dance and theatrical performance. The author reminds us, for example, that when Dunham researched the Vodun religion in Haiti, she found the dances had several different functions that were reflected in different forms of movement. As Aschenbrenner states, quote, "Function is indicated by the emphasis on various parts of the body and the type of movement. For example, in the Petro dance in Haiti, which accompanies a destructive antisocial cult, the body movement involves opposition, projecting a hostile, frenzied feeling, preparing the participants for aggressive action. On the other hand, the Yonvolu, often representing the benevolent Radha Dahomey god Damballa, displays a fluidity, a soothing motion, and undulating movement signaling acceptance, prayer, and ecstasy. The Zepol, also a Radha Dahomey dance, exhibiting a contraction and expansion of the shoulders in a jerking movement, induces a kind of self-hypnotism, and the accompanying breathing generates excitement. The Congo Paete, in which a movement of the haunches is involved, is sexually stimulating, as are the dances with hip and stomach rotation. For all of these dances, release, the externalization of energy and emotions, serves a critical function." Unquote. When audiences and critics saw Dunham's transposition of these types of dance movements in Tropics and Le Jazz Hot, their responses ranged from ecstatic outbursts to desultory grumblings. Dance critic Walter Terry described the performance as the occasion that saw the Negro dance come into its own at last. Katherine Dunham proved herself the first pioneer of the Negro dance. John Martin concurred, saying that the work was, quote, "a revelation, the basis of a true Negro dance art," unquote. However, both critics felt the need to comment on what they considered to be Dunham's wise decision in her art making to stay away from the alien techniques, that is to say, Western high art forms. And John Martin went even further, reprimanding one of Dunham's male dancers, Tally Beatty, for his distressing tendency to introduce the technique of academic ballet into his performances. Over the coming years, critics would continue to swing back and forth between praise and damnation in their assessment of Dunham's work. And in one instance, in Boston in 1941, the city censor who decided what was or was not appropriate in theatrical productions banned part of Dunham's concert. That came about during the company's run of Tropical Revue, which contained a fully conceived work titled Rite de Passage. In the section depicting a fertility ritual, the choreography for male and female dancers included hip isolations and pelvic thrusts that represented the centrality of procreation in a society's belief system. Moreover, Dunham was well aware that in the traditions of many African and Caribbean cultures, movement that appeared to be sexual in nature from a European American point of view could have more profound meanings to others. It could express a worldview in which sexual activity, procreation, and the life force that runs throughout the natural world are all joined in a spiritual continuum. In the fertility section, Dunham was attempting to show that a wide spectrum of bodily movements could have profound metaphysical meaning. But her intention of bringing such a concept into the theater was often misconstrued, as when one critic called Rite de Passage frankly erotic, offensive, and inexcusable. After the city censor attended a performance, that section of the concert was cut from the remainder of the company's run. By the time the Harlem Renaissance began to wane in the late 1930s, artists like Hemsley Winfield and Edna Guy had begun to lay the foundation for a vital form of dance art that others could build upon. Dunham had joined in that work, and her company would go on to tour nationally and internationally into the 1960s. Katherine Dunham's many accomplishments are incalculable. They include her development of a rigorous dance technique, her school in New York that she opened in 1944, and her establishment of an impactful inner-city arts program in East St. Louis, Illinois, during her later years in the 1960s. There's no room here to detail the full breadth and depth of her achievements. So I will conclude here by saying that in the face of entrenched racial barriers, artists like Dunham, Winfield, and Guy persisted against all odds to achieve parity in the world of the arts and to assure that the beauty of their unique form of dance did not go unrecognized. Thank you.
Hello, I am Matthew Henley. I am the Arnhold Associate Professor of Dance Education here at Teachers College, Columbia University. And I'd like to bring Dr. Perpiner back to the screen with me.
Hello.
Hi, thank you so much for being with us and for your very informative talk on dance history in the larger context of the Harlem Renaissance. It's really just an honor to have you here with us for our first symposium, and an honor to have you join us for a brief Q&A with a few of the students from the doctoral program. So we'll get started right away with our first student, which is Susan Pope.
Hello, Dr. Perpiner. It is so good to see you again. So my question is, many of my family members migrated from the South to Harlem during the Harlem Renaissance. And I've heard stories of their experiences at the Savoy Ballroom, Small's Paradise, and the Cotton Club. How would you suggest I preserve these stories and pictures so they become archival artifacts?
Hi, Susan. I think the most accessible platforms for archiving your family's connections with Harlem clubs and dance halls would simply be through websites on the internet. For example, when I Googled African American chorus girls Harlem Renaissance, I came up with sites that had dozens of photographs of Black performers of the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Some of the sites were connected with libraries and universities, and some were private collections. So it seems to me that it would be a matter of you connecting with different groups and institutions and perhaps developing a website of your own. Now, I want to ask you about some of the narrative research you're conducting for your dissertation. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, so thank you so much for that information. So I had the opportunity to speak with some elders in my community this past summer in the Newark community where I teach as a part of a program called the Pearls of Wisdom in collaboration with the New Jersey Performing Arts Center. And their stories contributed greatly to the landscape of education in Newark, but they're hidden stories. So in the spirit of Sankofa, which is informing our future by looking at the past, and through the African view of Ubuntu, I am because we are, I decided to focus on the marginalization of embodied pedagogy in New Jersey urban teacher preparation programs. I will engage in narrative inquiry as a way to describe personal stories of embodied educators.
That's very interesting. And one of the things that you mentioned there was working with the New Jersey Performing Arts Center.
Yes.
So, for example, when you were asking me about where you could archive some of your research material, perhaps you could connect with them and present some ideas about them being involved in the preservation of these people's stories.
Great suggestion. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. The next student with a question is Ann Biddle.
Hello, Dr. Perpiner. My questions are related to Winfield's life and work, and I would love to have you speak about the following. Who were Winfield's proteges? How was his work preserved or carried on? Did he notate his dances? And what other personal information have you discovered about Winfield? Did he have a family?
Interesting. I found that Winfield, since he worked in theater and dance, he was associated with some of the leading Black actors of the time, such as Inez Clow, who had toured Europe and America with musicals, performed in vaudeville, and performed on Broadway. Another international performer who was very interesting was Olga Burgoyne, who danced with his company. And so did Richard Bruce Nugent, who, if you look him up, you'll find that he was one of the most colorful characters of the Harlem Renaissance. Randolph Sawyer was another of his company members who had a long and distinguished career as a dancer. And in my book, there's a chapter where I combine, a single chapter where I combine discussions of Edna Guy, Olga Burgoyne, and Randolph Sawyer. He also worked with, these were not proteges, but people he was associated with. He worked with Hall Johnson, one of the best known choral directors of his time. It's mentioned that he studied with the Russian dancer Michael Mordkin, and there's some indication or the possibility that he also studied with Helen Tamiris, since she's known to have taught dance classes in Harlem. But with the exception of a few performances of the Emperor Jones after his death, his company really didn't continue to perform. Now, as far as biographical information goes, I didn't find much about his early life, just bits and pieces like the fact that his father was a civil engineer who had a contracting firm in Brooklyn. Interestingly, his mother was a playwright, and he produced and performed in several of her plays, such as The Promised Land at Carnegie Hall. He didn't notate his works, but there are typescripts that contain his written descriptions of several of his works at the Schomburg Center.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing this fascinating personal and professional information about this extraordinary man. So I have an additional question I'd love to pose to you about another theme in your lecture. Can you elaborate on your comments about Du Bois' talented 10th movement and sociological positivism as being both aspirational and intended to lead African Americans to a place of equal status in American society, as well as, quote, mired in self-abnegating essentialism? Can you speak more about the duality of this position, especially in regards to Du Bois' overarching commitment to racial uplift?
Certainly. The sociological positivism that Du Bois and Charles Johnson promoted was aspirational in the sense that it was a way of proving to the world that Black people deserved equality. Now, that today would be not such a popular approach to how we want to see ourselves. Basing that aspiration on the idea that Black people were especially gifted as artists always struck me as an interesting and questionable or problematic proposition. I found it interesting because it seems to have been conceived as a tactical maneuver to find the path of least resistance where African Americans could make substantial progress in mainstream society. I find it questionable because in its most derisive form, this approach might be equated with slaves performing in front of the big house so that they could ingratiate themselves with their masters. Scholars have long since discarded the idea of categorizing entire groups of people as having essential characteristics, though it might have been seen as a means of racial uplift during the 1920s. This way of thinking can also be viewed as opening the door for negative stereotypes. For example, one of the stereotypes that critics used during the period was the idea that African Americans were natural performers whose work sprang from atavistic impulses that resulted in the kind of effortless, unconscious performance that might be expected of all Black people. From this perspective, the work of Black artists, unlike that of white artists, didn't need to be viewed as reflecting dedicated attention to technical training and artistic refinement. By framing artists' work as unadulterated racial expression, critics could, in effect, exclude them from the serious genres of contemporary concert art. So there I've just addressed kind of the pros and cons of that idea.
Well, thank you so much for this rare opportunity to ask you about your research. It was a great honor to have a chance to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anne. Our third student with a question is Dawn Marie Bazemore.
Greetings, Dr. Perpiner. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about Black dance. So my question is, defining Black dance seems to be an ongoing conversation amongst Black dancers, specifically those who have danced in or worked with entities that identify as Black dance companies. Would you define Black dance as Black bodies dancing, or perhaps an art form lending itself more to the ideals of both Du Bois and Winfield, utilizing high art to propel the experiences of African Americans forward in an effort to establish equal standing with their white counterparts?
Hi, Don. I'll begin by saying that if we define Black dance as being Black bodies dancing, then we have to deal with the essentialist ramifications of identifying artists by the color of their skin. I can think of that as a kind of racial/artistic profiling. In a recent essay I wrote, I asked, what if a light-skinned dancer who appears to be white identifies themselves as being Black? Is that still a Black dancer doing Black dance? And these kinds of what-if questions are ones that always seem to come up when we begin trying to define Black dance. For example, is Black dance the Dance Theater of Harlem performing Swan Lake? Questions like that, they come up again and again. The kind of racial questioning that I mentioned before, I find it almost cringeworthy in that it's based solely on the superficial appraisal of skin color. But I do think that it is an acceptable part of a discourse that centers on constructed categories of race that are questionable. In a related vein, dance critic and historian Zeta Allen, in a 2001 essay, pointed out that white critics and Arts Council members often use the term Black dance as a way of lumping diverse artists into categories where they are often dealt with summarily. They, quote, make generalizations about the work of an entire segment of America's dance community, unquote. In other words, they create a template concerning how Black dance should be dealt with. As far as the second part of your question, I think there have always been African American dancers who use their work for socio-political purposes, including racial uplift, protest, and resistance. This to me might come closer to a definition of Black dance that I would support. And of course, you can see how equivocal I'm being, because I do see this as an ongoing discussion, and I'm not attempting to come up with a specific concrete definition. In a recent panel, I used quotes from two pioneering African American artists, Katherine Dunham and Pearl Primus, that indicated their intent of taking an activist stance through their art. After Primus performed at Madison Square Garden in 1945, she said, quote, I know we must all do our part in this war to beat fascism, and I consider the battle against Jim Crow in America part of the fight which is taking place on the battlefronts of the world. Each one of us can field a weapon against Jim Crow and fascism, and my special weapon is dancing. I shall continue to protest Jim Crow through my dancing until victory is won, unquote. She had just performed Hard Time Blues, her protest against the plight of Black sharecroppers in the South. In a similar vein, Katherine Dunham said in a 1977 interview, quote, I think that what we went through during the 30s and thought we had conquered in the 40s gave me enough stamina and many times enough energy, enough strategy to live through the 50s and the 60s. I think that's the only thing I could have done. I was inculcated with the idea of eliminating social injustice, unquote. So what I think I'm saying is that I would be comfortable with a broad definition of Black dance that included many things: the artist's intent, her aesthetic choices, her movement vocabulary. Those are things we haven't even discussed, that I haven't even discussed yet. Perhaps it's the artist herself who decides whether or not what she does might be considered Black dance, and not some outside arbiter. That would make it a very fluid definition. So as you see, I've skirted all around the issue. And I find that when this debate comes up, that's always what happens. Mm-hmm. Many perspectives and points of view are discussed, but I've seldom found that a concrete definition is settled upon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Dawn Marie. Yes, as you say, these are ongoing discussions, and it's so important to continue to have discussions, to continue to engage in discussions. And I think one of the wonderful things about your work is it reveals the importance of history to ongoing discussions, and keeping that part of the conversation. So I want to thank Susan and Anne and Dawn Marie for joining us this evening. If you're interested in reading more of Dr. Perpiner's work, you can go to the Arnhold Symposium website bookstore and find his work there. Dr. Perpiner, I want to echo the students in saying what an honor it is to have you here with us for the first Arnhold Symposium. Your work has contributed so greatly to the development and growth and awakening and education of so many dancers and dance educators, and it really is truly an honor to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's great to have been here.
Hello, I'm David Sadowski, Assistant Director of the Arnhold Institute and the EDD program in dance education. I hope you enjoyed Dr. Perpiner's talk. To learn more about additional TC events celebrating the Harlem Renaissance, visit the Arnhold Institute Symposium website. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker this evening, Dr. Marianne Laverty, and her talk entitled Charles H. Williams and the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. Dr. Laverty is currently an instructor of gifted dance education for Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Her career has included serving on the faculties of Woodside High School, Hampton University, Christopher Newport University, and New York University. She received her PhD from New York University and her MA from Mills College. Dr. Laverty has served as president for the National Dance Society and the National Dance Association. She's the 2006 recipient of the Dance Teacher Magazine Outstanding K-12 Teacher of the Year, the 2009 National Dance Association National Dance Educator of the Year Award, and a 2011 CERDNA Education Fellow. Dr. Laverty's research on Charles H. Williams is published in Finding a Way Out, Charles H. Williams and the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. Her book is available for purchase in the virtual Arnhold Institute Symposium bookstore, which can be accessed from the Symposium website. Welcome, Dr. Laverty.
Hello, I'm Marianne Laverty, and I would like to thank the Arnhold Symposium for inviting me to share my research on Charles H. Williams and the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. The time frames that are depicted on this screen are 1934 to 1948, and that is a time frame that Charles H. Williams served in the capacity as director of the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. In this presentation, we're going to look at a brief history of the Hampton University, a timeline of Charles H. Williams' accomplishments, the founding of the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group, the dance group's repertoire, co-contributors to the group, and then Charles H. Williams' overall contributions. So if we look at a map of Hampton, which is on the far eastern shore of Virginia, this gray shaded area is the campus of Hampton University. Across the water right here is old downtown Hampton. This long, thin peninsula is Fort Monroe, which is now a historic landmark. And then directly above it is Buckrow Beach, which we may or may not have time to talk about today, but that is another major accomplishment of Charles H. Williams. So we're going to start with the Civil War, and in 1861, Hampton, Old Town Hampton, was burned. Now, the Union soldiers had control of Fort Monroe. So if an escaped slave could make it to Fort Monroe, they were considered contraband of the Union Army, and they were not returned to the South, and they were able to fight for the Union soldiers as the Negro units. On retreat from Hampton, like I said, General Magruder burned it because he did not want the Negro soldiers housed in white homes. Now, that contraband group of former slaves formed a large, it was called the Grand Contraband Camp, which is where Old Downtown Hampton was. And then in post-Civil War, because of the situation there that was burned, and there was kind of a shanty town built on top of the rubble, and also because of contentions between the newly freed slaves and poor whites, the Northern American Missionary Association decided to build Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute in 1968. Now that was the original name in 1968. Later it's going to change in 1922 to Hampton Institute, when there was kind of a push for a more academic program because they felt that the education they were not receiving was not on the same foothold as other white institutions in the United States. And that normal degree was a 3-year program that is comparable to like an elementary education today. And then later in the 60s, it's going to be changed to Hampton College, and then finally in the 80s to Hampton University. So I may go back and forth saying Hampton Institute or Hampton University just depending on the situation or if I slip. So here's another historic landmark on the campus. This is Emancipation Oak. And in 1861, when that contraband camp was in the area of old downtown Hampton, there became the first acknowledged and supported again by the American Missionary Association school for children of former slaves, and it was taught by a free African-American woman named Mary S. Peake. It's also the site of the 1863 reading of the Emancipation Proclamation, and it stands as a historic landmark at the entrance of the university. And you can see the picture on my right of it originally in 1861, and then photographed by myself. It's very heavily branched nowadays as it stands and looks today. Now, the war ended in 1865, and as part of that reconstruction, that was kind of brought about by, number one, Brigadier General Samuel Chaplin Armstrong. He was in charge of the Negro units during the Civil War, and it was sort of his brainchild, and also with the funding from the Northern American Missionary Association. And it was at the site of the Union Hospital, Camp Hamilton. And the intent behind creating this institution was to give the newly freed slaves a viable occupation, and also there's a focus on education so that those who were educated would go forward and then educate the community. Now, Charles H. Williams, you can see, had a very long life, lived to the ripe old age of 92. He was born in Kentucky in 1886, and he was raised by an aunt who was a former slave, and she promoted hard work and education as a means of having a successful life. Now, he was attending Berea College, which was an interracial college, and in 1904, Governor Day passed a law and actually brought them up on criminal charges, Berea College, that African Americans could not attend school with white Americans within a 25-mile radius. So in 1905, Charles H. Williams transferred to Hampton Institute and graduated as a painting major with that normal degree in 1909. Now, this was not a fine arts degree. This was painting exterior and interior buildings, and later he's going to go on to be influential in creating and building architecture on campus and off campus as well, and innovating several buildings. And this is how he would have looked upon graduation in 1909. Now, granted, that was a, like I said earlier, that the normal degree was comparable to an elementary education, but because of his intellect and his efficiency, the Hampton University created a physical education department in 1910 and asked him to serve as department chair. Now, he was reluctant at first. Being an athlete himself, he still had fallen from a ladder painting the administration building, and one of his legs was rendered partially immobile, so he was hesitant to take the position, but the Board of Trustees offered him a 4-year master's program at Harvard, which he would finish later, but he had first attended Springfield College for his bachelor's degree. And for those dance historians out there, remember Ted Shawn was teaching at Springfield later on. Now, when those students first arrived at Hampton, and I think Booker T. Washington arrived there, I think in the 1870s, those students were sleeping in pup tents. So Hampton Institute really needed funding to construct buildings on site. So they initiated a funding initiative to get funds to build up buildings, and it was called Singing Up Hampton. And there was first a colored and Indian Hampton chorus that performed Indian ceremonials and tableaus of plantation life. I might add that Hampton Institute had a large Native American population, and they were inmates from the Red River Wars in Florida, and they had sent letters around to various institutions asking them to take the Native Americans, and 2 colleges took them. One was Hampton Institute, and the other was the College of William and Mary. Now, and also Booker T. Washington was in charge of those Native Americans when they came to Hampton Institute campus. So early on, they were performing, and programs in the university archives go back to 1914. when they had an 85-foot schooner that would travel up the Atlantic coast, stopping off at major cities and ports, going all the way up into New York to perform at Carnegie Hall and at Brooklyn Academy of Music are some of the significant places that they were performing at. I already said in 1910 they developed a physical education program, and they offer Williams an incentive to get his master's at Harvard, which was considered one of the best programs in the country. Now, here's another way that Charles H. Williams offered access to African Americans in the greater, let's say, university arena, where he, in 1912, co-founded the Colored Intercollegiate Athletic Association, the CIAA, which allowed black schools to compete in sports. Now, Charles H. Williams was a department chair. He was also a coach. And so you look at some photographs in the archives and you see those Native American students are part of those football, basketball, and baseball teams. So not only was he giving black athletes the ability to perform in athletic competitions, but Native Americans as well. And he did begin his BA at Springfield University, and that program for physical education did require that those physical education majors take dance classes. So coming back to the campus, he wanted to include dance in the PE curriculum, and he did meet some initial opposition to that, but he proceeded forward and started staging what they were called physical education demonstrations outside on the lawn of Armstrong Hall. Now, those original programs had many European dance forms, maypole dancing, I've seen pictures of Chinese dancing, and also things like gymnastics and vaulting and that type of thing too. In 1918, he was sent as a special investigator in World War I to Europe to investigate propaganda or negative propaganda concerning the Negro units in Europe. And some of the propaganda was that the Germans were trying to persuade the African American soldiers to come over to their side based on their treatment within the United States, giving them the incentive that if you came over to the German side, we would treat you much better post-World War I. The other negative propaganda was that the Negro soldiers were raping American women, and I'm only saying Negro because that's what they were called at that time frame. So, and then later he published a book called Sidelight on Negro Soldiers, which is still available on Amazon if you are interested. Another important thing that happened on campus was he was one of the co-founders for the Hampton Musical Arts Society, which brought in musical groups and dance companies to Hampton, one of them being the Dineshon Company in 1924, which is the same time he completed his Bachelor of Arts in Springfield College. Now, the next incident I have on here is important because I think it sets his mind frame that African Americans should have equal access to all performance venues. And the Anglo-Saxon Club, which is a branch of the Ku Klux Klan, attempts to force segregation on campus. Now, if you remember me saying that early on, there's always been integration on campus. And in one of the original dance company members from 1934 that I interviewed, who grew up on campus, said it had always been integrated. So the Ku Klux Klan is trying to force segregation on campus. So how Charles H. Williams combats this is through persistence and letter writing. So he writes to every major newspaper in the United States. He also contacts all Hampton alumni who had a legal degree and overturned that decision. And here is Ogden Hall. It was built in 1918, and that is going to become the major performance venue on campus that is still used today. If you can see a little bit to the left is Virginia Cleveland Hall. That was the first dormitory on campus that was built up from Singing Up Hampton. And then the second building was Wigwam Hall, which was the dormitories for the Native American students. So, like I said, Dineshon visits Hampton campus in 1925. If you go look at one of their newsletters from 1925, they talk about Hampton as being so gracious and hospitable, and the food was wonderful. Now, another thing that happened while he was at Springfield, he had approached one of his dance instructors and asked why there wasn't the inclusion of African American dance forms within their curriculum. And she kind of implied that she didn't know that people such as him had dances. So that kind of prompted him to start research on plantation dances throughout the South and gather material and eventually publish his book called Cotton Needs Pickin', which was reviewed and praised by John Martin in the New York Times, praising his efforts and acknowledging that something like this had never been accomplished before. And then in 1930, he completes his master's at Harvard. 1931, Ted Shawn purchases Jacob's Pillow. In 1932, he's selected as an Olympic Committee member and attends classes at SCU and writes curriculum for junior and senior high school physical education for Negro children. So he's very prolific. And I don't think he's necessarily acknowledged at that aspect of his life sometimes. And another thing that really prompted his interest in presenting Afrocentric material on stage was he attended the 1933 Chicago World's Fair Century of Progress, and one of the exhibits was called Darkest Africa. Now that sounds very derogatory now, but at that time frame, that is how Hollywood was portraying Africa and African dance, such as movies and Tarzan. And what he noted from this demonstration of different African dances was that it was performed with dignity and pride and respect for their culture. And it was indigenous African people from many places throughout the continent. And when he came back to Hampton University, he did two things. He published an article on it in Southern Worker, which was published on campus. And he also sought out some indigenous Africans on the campus who were actually performing themselves, and they were called the African Quartet, and they were from various parts of Africa too. And so he starts his research in authentic African dance, and he eventually has them set those pieces on the company, and they are company members themselves. So again, some of the things that really prompted him to start collecting Afrocentric material and presenting it on a concert dance stage was at the conclusion of World War I and the celebratory parades for armistice, he noticed that all of the other nationalities and actually some African countries were represented in the parades and were performing their national dances, but there was no sign of the honoring the African American soldier who contributed to World War I. So that was something that stood out in his mind. And again, that teacher who was insensitive to recognizing that African Americans did have their own cultural heritage of dance, and he felt a need to preserve that, even though if you think of plantation dances, there's also a negative connotation of just acknowledging that existence, but you can't ignore that existence, but acknowledging it and recognizing it as cultural heritage and recognizing the need to preserve it as part of the history. And then again, attending that Chicago World's Fair and seeing African dance presented in a very dignified manner. So how it sort of came about, and note the time frame. This is prior to Katherine Dunham's debut in New York City in 1937, I believe, 37 or 38. So prior to that 1934 Ogden Hall performance, all we saw were those physical education demonstrations outside on the lawn. We didn't see any programs. And I also need to note that I heard someone speak from Columbia that he was saying well, I think I read the programs that Ted Shawn were presenting. Charles H. Williams presented a very similar type program in terms of how they were arranged on the program. So he did have a direct, Ted Shawn and Charles H. Williams did have a direct connection, and you can see that influence between the two of them. So that performance had the African pieces on it, it had the labor rhythms on it, and it still had at this time frame some of the European folk dances on it. However, it was very well received, and then in 1935 Charles Williams sets up the opportunity for the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group to perform at the Mosque Auditorium in Richmond. Now this is not a religious temple, it is just a theater named the Mosque, and it's still there today, and it's still being used today for large performance venue. And this is very significant performance because of what it springboards or propels him into the limelight by first being the first off-campus performance ever. It's the first time an all-black group performs in an all-white venue, which in 1935 is in a southern segregated state, is saying a lot. And it's the first time they're actually reviewed by the press. And that success of that performance kind of prompts him to start this large barrage of letter writing, and he is a meticulous letter writer, and he starts targeting, first off, Hampton alumni. He's also writing to other historic Black universities, and there's something at Hampton University called the Ministers' Conference that was going on early on, and hundreds of ministers come every summer to this conference. He had access to that contact list, so he was sending letters to all these ministers trying to find venues for his group to perform. Another thing that really formalized the group was that once Jacob's Pillow came into existence and Bennington festivals came into existence, he was up there every summer from 1934 to 1938. Also, Ted Shawn returns to Hampton and sets Cutting the Sugarcane on the group, the Moss performance in Richmond. And then another really significant thing that happens is that Charlotte Moten Kennedy comes on board. Now, Charlotte Moten, or Charlotte Moten Kennedy, sometimes you see her as referred to Charlotte Moten Hubbard, was the daughter of Robert Moten. Robert Moten was a Hampton Institute graduate and succeeded Booker T. Washington at Tuskegee University as president. Charlotte Moten grew up on Tuskegee and then later graduated with a physical education degree in dance from Sargent College, which was also had a direct relationship with Harvard. And later on, she's going to go on into become quite high up in the Reagan administration, and there's files on her as well as her father at the Library of Congress. By going up to Bennington and Jacob's Pillow, Charles H. Williams meets John Martin and Margaret Lloyd and enlists them in their aid, and they write about him and favorable reviews and print PR for him. Also, Louis Horst presents an article about them in his magazine, Dance Observer. So in 1937, they make their New York debut at the 92nd Street Y, and also at Horseman Theater at Columbia University and the Lafayette Theater. And they are reviewed by John Martin, Walter Terry of New York Herald, Margaret Lloyd, Christian Science Monitor, and Louis Horst. Was not a review, it was just an article on them. And again, he receives favorable reviews from John Martin and Margaret Lloyd. However, Walter Terry's are not so complimentary, but that's kind of Walter Terry saying that the American Negro, where's their place, where's their niche in the modern dance. And he also felt that the European folk dances did not serve them in the best interest, and so they're going to drop those European folk dances from their program. Another significant accomplishment was they were approached by the National Folk Festival, and they made their debut in Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C. Now, the reason why that is so significant is because Marian Anderson, the opera star, was not allowed to perform at Constitution Hall just a month prior to their performance because she was African American. And they continued to perform at the National Folk Festival for the next 4 years. So here is another performance venue that they have breached those taboos of African Americans performing there. And then in 1945, they make a film that was produced by IBM. Willard Pictures was an offshoot that did documentary films, and it was called Album of Americas. Now, in the archives, there is storyboards for them to perform various pieces like Boogie Woogie, Cakewalk, The Blues, but the only piece that made it into that film was Cotton Eats Pickin', and I have a little excerpt to show from that. And then again, they perform in New York in 1956 for the unveiling of the bust of Booker T. Washington at one of the buildings. It would have been in Upper East Side, New York, and it is no longer in existence and no longer owned by NYU. And I don't know what happened to the bust of Booker T. Washington, but they did like a piece that was called the life of Booker T. Washington, and that's another thematic piece that they had where they would reenact the life of Booker T. Washington. And so some of the major accomplishments of the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group, between 1934 and 1948, they performed over 80 times in the northeastern, southeastern, and midwest of the United States. And they received guarantees of up to $500. Now, this is Depression time, post-Depression time, and during World War II, which those fees today would be somewhere around $3,000, $4,000. So that's a significant amount of money. However, they were touring large groups with their singers, and then they had chaperones of about 45 students and adults, either by train or by bus. Again, they were going as far down as Florida and up into Massachusetts. Later, and remember he went to Berea College, he was still continuously writing to Berea College, stating his desire to bring the company back there so they could see the accomplishments he had made. They never did perform there. They performed at Kentucky State University, and this was during World War II. They were also getting command performances by the military to perform. As they were touring at other historic Black colleges and universities, they influenced those schools or institutions to start dance within either their physical education program or dance as an individual curriculum itself. And I know he directly influenced Spelman and Howard to start dance programs there. Now, the other astonishing fact is these were not professional performers. These were physical education majors. And as they would come through the program, they would graduate after 4 years, and over 200 students went through that dance company from the time frame of 1934 to 1948. And you can't really prove the influence that Charles H. Williams had on physical education and dance in programs throughout the United States. But if you think of all those students coming out of that program, there's no way that they could not have acknowledged his educational philosophy and his influence to include dance in physical education. So some of the repertoire that went through the program during that time frame were work songs, like Dis Ol' Hammer, Cutting the Sugar Cane, plantation dances, like Cotton Needs Pickin', African dances, and I think that the African quartet set at least 7 pieces on the company, spirituals, and modern works, and like I said, European dances were later dropped from the program. So this is an example of one of the labor rhythms called Dis Ol' Hammer, and again, we could say this could have negative connotations of maybe a chain gang or a workforce. However, like I said before, that it is part of their cultural heritage, and there's a beauty in it too, like the kind of rugged, the ruggedness of men dancing and working and chanting. And these pictures are quite beautiful, and they come from the Hampton University archives. This is Cotton Needs Pickin'. And again, the negative connotation being on the plantation that someone might be happy picking cotton as long as they're singing and dancing and doing it. Again, it's part of their cultural heritage. So I'm going to show you a little video clip. This came from the IBM archives in a huge canister, and I had to have it digitized.
So bad I'm gonna pick all over this From the Negro's genius for song and rhythm has sprung much of the musical development of the Americas, especially the United States. As the cotton pickers went down the long rows, filling the bags that would be weighed in at the end of the day, they found their task lightened by the rhythm of their song.
We had a harvest summer, that's why it was so slow.
Gene Ball, Barbara Southall, Ronnie Hayes, and Curtis James perform the dance, while Hattie Bright, Clarence Cooper, and Henry Kemp sing off stage.
Now, by the time frame that we're looking at today, you might say this is not very sophisticated or technically, challenging, but these were plantation dances. And as they're naming the students who are performing here, throughout the Hampton Roads area, some of these dancers continued on and were quite successful in having a large number of people come through their studios. And I even run into people today who had studied with some of the former Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. This is a picture of one of the African pieces, and I found receipts in the archive that these are traditional drums that he purchased in Shields. And this is one of Charlotte Moten's pieces, Finding a Way Out. And you can see that there is a more of a 30s, 40s modern dance look, a Grahamish look in terms of the shape and the costuming. And I might add that Charles H. Williams did study with Martha Graham and Hanya Holm and also brought them to campus as well. And like I said, I interviewed one of the original dance company members, and I just thought this was interesting that she stated that the males rehearsed separately from the women in different spaces, and they only came together in the theater when it was time to perform. So I have read accounts where it seemed as if Charles Williams had done all the choreography, and that's not the case. Regardless of how much I admire him, it doesn't diminish that. He did set some of the early plantation dances, such as the cakewalk and the Thistle Hammer, and some of the early spirituals as well. Now, some of the pieces he did write down, and there's notes for each of the dances that he did choreograph, and even the African pieces. He did bring Ted Shawn down to set Cutting the Sugar Cane. He did hire Louis Shallif to set the European pieces. That's early on. And he continually wrote to like Native Americans, Haitians, trying to encourage people to come set other pieces on the company as well too. And there was times that there was student pieces in the programs. But I really think it was Charlotte Moten who really set the tone of the repertoire and really brought in I think more of a social justice aspect to some of the themes of the choreography. Some of her pieces were Middle Passage, Finding a Way Out, Tramping, that type of thing, where it seemed to have a little bit more of a edgier context in terms of the social justice element. Here's just a little chart. We don't have to go through all of that. The other thing I want to note is that after Charles H. Williams retired from the directorship, the themes, choreographic themes started to change. And after he retired as department chair in 1951, they significantly changed things like Christmas in the Toy Maker's Shop. And at that point, there was a lot of disgruntled dancers. A lot of them quit, refused to perform. And it wasn't until, I think, the 60s when there's some strong figures come back like Dr. Jean Braxton, E. Nina Butts, and really put it back into kind of the original thematic material that focused on Afrocentric material. And they're still going strong today. So in conclusion, I wanted to say that Charles Williams not only founded the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group, he was a coach with an unsurpassed winning record at Hampton University and inducted into the Virginia Sports Hall of Fame posthumously in 1981. He is a teacher, administrator, writer, researcher, businessman, Hotel Association president, and civil rights activist. I just want to briefly say that he bought a large piece of land in 1933 that was on Buckrow Beach, which was previously segregated, and built a hotel and a dining hall, dance hall, bumper cars, Ferris wheel, and it was coined as a place in the sun for African Americans to enjoy themselves. And there's a whole huge history on the Buckrow Beach and the Bayshore Corporation too as well. He was a man of great integrity and a leader in his community and an uplifter of his community. He opened pathways of access to Black and Native American athletic competition, hotel and vacation areas for African Americans, and that was one of the reasons why he became the hotel, or bought a hotel and became the hotel association president, so that African Americans would have access to hotel stay. But primarily his access to dance education for African Americans and performance venues, and advocated for the inclusion of African American historical cultural dance forms within the educational and performance arenas. So I hope I've given you a little bit of information. There's so much more that is to be discovered and researched, and much of it is in the Hampton University archives. So I invite you to come down and visit the museum. Is a beautiful collection of both African and Native American and photographs of the early times on campus at Hampton University. Thank you so much.
Hello, and welcome to the 2021 Arnhold Institute Symposium. I'm Ted Warburton, Senior Fellow of the Arnhold Institute, and this is the question and answer session with Dr. Marianne Laverty. Dr. Laverty and I are joined by Leila Sales and Carol Garcia, who are doctoral students in the dance education program. Welcome to you all. Dr. Laverty, it is wonderful to see you again. Thank you so much for being here with us.
It's such an honor and pleasure to be here, and it's great to see you again, too.
Your research on Charles H. Williams has taught us so much about the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group, which inspired students and audiences alike with its use of Haitian and African cultural and spiritual themes in the modern dance genre. Our field of dance education owes you a debt of gratitude for highlighting the importance of Mr. Williams' seminal work. But his work was not without some controversy. And so I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask if you could please speak more about the Hampton Creative Dance Group's experience while touring and performing given the controversial nature of including African, indigenous, as well as African American plantation dances in their repertoire during the 1930s and beyond?
Well, initially, when I started my research and my writing, I had thoughts that there would be some trepidation and some hesitancy to perform those types of work, especially in the South in the 1930s during the Depression time era, and especially for the 1935 performance at the Mosque Auditorium in Richmond. That was their first off-campus performance. Again, they were in the South in the 30s. It was Depression era. There were, tales of lynching still. And that was in a previously all-white venue. And they were performing works that included Negro spirituals, work songs, labor rhythms, later some Haitian works too, and African works. And this is prior to Katherine Dunham coming to New York and making a big name for herself too. I recently did reread Booker T. Washington's autobiography, Up from Slavery. So I had a little bit of shift in my thinking process. Hampton Institute, as early as the inception of it, was traveling with a group of singers with General Armstrong, who was the founder of the Institute, and they were performing spirituals and work songs. And then later, when Booker T. Washington became the president of Tuskegee, General Washington toured with Booker T. Washington as well. And they called this process Singing Up Hampton. It was to raise funds for the building. And then, like I said, later on with Booker T. Washington for Tuskegee. And Booker T. Washington was wildly popular, and he really had these wealthy patrons, both white and Black, who really welcomed him into society. And so even after General Washington's death and Booker T. Washington's death, Hampton continued touring. They even had an 85-foot schooner that would travel up the Atlantic coast, and they were performing in Boston. They were performing at Carnegie Hall, Brooklyn Academy of Music. And at this time, they started to implement some plantation dances. And so all I can say now, I'm thinking that maybe Booker T. Washington kind of set a precedent or expectation of the type of material that would be coming out of Hampton. But again, the 1930s was a different time frame than the 1800s. But the other thing that Charles H. Williams did, I don't know if he did it purposefully to ensure there was a kind of a semblance of protection, but he always traveled and performed under the auspices of a local Hampton Alumni Association. And so they would stay with these families, and they were housed and fed by the families. Now, at that time frame, African Americans weren't readily accepted into hotels, and so henceforth that Green Book, and also later on prompted Williams himself to buy a hotel in 1933 called the Bayshore Corporation, because him and his wife had been denied access to hotel accommodation. So another thing they did was they toured to a lot of historic Black colleges and universities where they would stay in the dormitories there. Another thing he did, he was a great letter writer, a great PR person, and he would there's something called the Ministers Conference at Hampton University still today, and it was back in that time frame too as well. And so he had access to all these connections of ministers, both Black and white, because that's indicated in his letters, inviting them to come to the performance and sending PR materials, as well as to school districts in the area, and to all the local newspapers. And in those PR campaigns, he would always talk about the educational importance and the rich cultural heritage of Hampton and where those songs came from. And so I think the way he prefaces it maybe kind of opened doors slightly, but I did. The other thing too was that his relationship with Ted Shawn, and there was pieces from Ted Shawn on the program. And he was also, because of his frequent visits to Bennington and Jacob's Pillow, he was friends with John Martin. John Martin had reviewed his book, Cotton Eats Pickin', back in 1928. And he also was friends with Margaret Lloyd, Martha Hill, and like I said, John Martin too as well. And so he always sent out, especially prior to that 1937 New York tour, had sent an article to Louis Horst, and he had published that in the Dance Observer. And John Martin had published something for him, and then he had reviews by Martha Lloyd. Now, they weren't always favorable. I'm just going to read one thing. Margaret Lloyd says, it was a dance picture of the culture of a race,
of the sources of that culture, of the tributaries that fed it, and of the race's emergence into respected citizenship as a contributing factor to American art and American life. It was presented with taste and discretion by an educated man whose innate and cultivated love of the dance has turned his life work into its present course. Now, Walter Terry of the New York Herald Tribune called it exciting and valuable, along with frankly boring creations. He attributes Sean and Helen Tamaris with having more effective spirituals than the Hampton group, but calls it their work songs and their characteristic rhythm pieces and their African pieces exciting, but not creative, as indicated in their the name of their group, the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group. He tells them to leave the modern pieces alone and do dances that were more innate to their abilities, so to speak, and to let the white modern companies perform the modern pieces. So he writes Martha Hill and asks for a frank, analysis of or synopsis of the performance. So she writes, number one, it's only 1937. The group's only been in existence since 1934. She said that they're still in a developmental stage and they're really focusing on form rather than the performance aspect. She said not to be discouraged though at that point. And then also, I was able to interview one of the original dance company members, Mrs. Elaine Cook, who was a member from 1934 to 1938. And I asked her quite, bluntly, like, how did it feel coming out of a segregated Southern state and going to relative freedom in those Northern states? And she said she didn't feel any difference because she said the Hampton campus had always been integrated, which it was. However, she would have been 4 years old in 1925 when the Ku Klux Klan tried to shut down the campus and segregate it, especially Ogden Hall, the performance venue. And Charles Williams himself had written to all the newspapers in all the major cities throughout the United States and all Hampton alumni that had law degrees and had that overturned. But she was raised up on that campus and it was always integrated. And she said the greatest impact on her life was performing in Washington, D.C. at Constitution Hall. And then the other thing I thought about was that here we are, again, in the 30s, he's taking them all up and down the eastern Atlantic coast into major cities, Philadelphia, Boston, New York City. And these are PE majors. They're untrained, they're not professional trained dancers, and so they're getting reviewed by major dance critics of the time. Can you imagine the impact it had on those students' life? I don't think there's any college program can ever boast that degree of performance experience that they had. So they were creating history. And, even if they were, she did not mention that they had any adverse reactions from any audience members. So again, I think it was just, the whole legacy of Hampton and that whole process that was set up by General Armstrong and carried on by Booker T and continued throughout their whole time frame. So I think that the overall experience was just a powerful thing.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you so much for that. Really wonderful response. Our next question comes from Leila Sales. Leila?
Thank you, Dr. Warburton. Hello, Dr. Leverty. How are you?
I'm great.
Wonderful. It's such an honor to speak with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My first question is, what eventually happened with the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group?
Well, Charles Williams actually stepped back as the director in 1948. He's going to continue to act as department chair until 1951 when he retires, sorry. And in that time frame, they're going to get in several different instructors, one coming from NYU, who was sent down by Martha Hill she was there for 2 years, and the thematic material changed significantly from the Afrocentric concert stage material
to that of something like one of the pieces that sticks out is Christmas Eve in a toy shop. Now, that's not going to resonate very well with the audience who's been coming to see the dance group, as well as the dancers themselves. And in a letter to Mr. Williams, one of the students said she was a fine instructor, but she felt that she had been pushed out. And then the next instructor came and they called her a, sorry, quote unquote dud. But what happened is when Charles H. Williams finally retired in 1951, and in that time frame he was still setting up some tours, but mostly just local and regional tours. Nothing to the extent ever from the time frame that he was directing the company. And then eventually, when he retires, it kind of goes into a temporary chaos where they're losing dancers, and to the point where they had to cancel their performances. And then the spring of 1952, they finally are starting to get some stability with a director who's going to stick with it for several years. And then finally, they're going to get Gene Braxton, who just retired from Norfolk State as dean, and Enina Butts, who continued with the group into the 90s. And they would tour the group, and they had gone back to more Afrocentric thematic material for the concert stage. Also, right now, it is still in existence. It goes by the name of the Hampton University Terpsichorean Dance Company. And that name change probably coincided when the Hampton Institute changed to Hampton University in 1984. They are considered a student organization on campus. There is not a major or a minor in dance on campus. There is still a director and a co-director. They do local performances and a lot of performances on campus, but mostly schools in the area and that type of thing. They are a founding member of the Black College Dance Exchange. Most of the choreography is student initiated, with some guest artists coming in and a few pieces by faculty too as well. But they're still in existence, and the technical ability of them is pretty strong.
Thank you so much. My second question is in two parts. What is the legacy of Charles H. Williams on the current campus of Hampton University? Are the students, faculty, and staff aware of his numerous contributions, both academically and artistically?
Well, I do know that there is a course that is called University 101. It's required of all incoming freshmen. And it does teach about Charles H. Williams. I'm not sure to the extent of how much they cover him, and it's of course taught by different teachers, so they emphasize different things. However, about maybe 10 years ago, I had met the current director, and I started telling her his story, and she's like, this is so important, we have to write a grant. So in 2018, we were given a grant by the Virginia Commission of the Arts, and the grant was to raise visibility of Charles H. Williams and his contributions, both on campus and in the greater dance world. And in the meantime, in that whole 10 years, we had been submitting grants through Hampton University as well, and they were never funded, but it was finally funded through the Virginia Commission of the Arts. And in that grant, the task we were supposed to complete was to reconstruct some of the original dance pieces of the company from 1934. So through his extensive notes, through photographs, beautiful photographs in the archives, and newspaper reviews and descriptions, I was able to reimagine or repiece together several of the pieces that were with the original company. And then the other thing that we were supposed to do was to create a documentary. So we did create a short documentary of that process, and it is available on YouTube. So that, and now, because Charles H. Williams had such a longevity at Hampton University, he was literally there from 1906 until the 70s. Because after his retirement, he continued in the position as a board of directors, and he was still involved in a lot of fundraising on campus. And because of his multifaceted career, not only was he an athletic director, department chair, researcher, writer, founder of the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group, founder of the CIAA, founder of the Hampton Musical Society, businessman, hotel owner, hotel association president. Because of these multifaceted aspects of his career, we're this new grant from the National Endowment of the Humanities, which just starts this month, will build a research database that centers around him, centers around the multifaceted career. I also forgot to mention architecture, because he came to Hampton University or Hampton Institute as a painter and was involved in many of the buildings on campus and refurbishing the buildings on campus, and building his own community for widows of professors who had died on campus and had nowhere to live. We're going to look at all those aspects. The whole time frame is at Hampton, and how local and national events occurred, how he responded to them, how it was responded to in our community, and also push that information into the existing humanities class, so there is more recognition of him and the realm of contributions that he made to the African American community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leila, for those excellent questions. Our next questions come from Carol Garcia. Carol?
Thank you, Dr. Warburton. Hello, Dr. Laverty. Such a wonderful opportunity to speak with you. I'm grateful for this opportunity. My first question is, what initially sparked your interest in Charles H. Williams? How did you first find out about him and his work?
Well, I went as a student to San Francisco State University in 1974, and in 1968, there had been riots on campus and the formation of an organization called the Third World Liberation Front. And what they were demanding was that there be more curriculum geared towards more people of color, and that more instructors were available on campus, and that more people of color were allowed to become students at the campus. And so when I arrived there, there was now a new African American Studies department, a Asian department, Native American group, and Mexican American group. And so when I first started taking classes in the dance department, I had actually gone there as an art major, but when I started taking dance classes, I was completely immersed into this Black dance experience and into the history of Black dance, where ballet, and there was one ballet class, one modern class, and those were secondary. So we were functioning primarily in the Dunham technique, and there was a large, I think, dance studies program, and the World Arts Academy was housed there, which offered like Bharatanatyam and Balinese. And so that was my undergraduate education, with not really focusing like in a hierarchical structure of where classical dance fell, so to speak. And so my heroines were Katherine Dunham and Pearl Primus. And so I had gone on to Mills College and got my master's, and learned the other modern techniques and the ballet history, and then eventually still continued to study the Dunham technique. And even when I was in New York in the doctoral program there, I was still studying the Dunham technique. And so I had wanted to focus on Katherine Dunham, and Pearl Primus was at NYU. I was there, so I was able to study with both those women, but I was really discouraged from doing that because they felt that I wasn't really contributing any new information to the field of study. And so I had pretty much finished my coursework and didn't know what I was going to do. I ended up going to Africa with Chuck Davis, and on my return, I had even forgotten I had applied to Hampton University. There was a call asking me to come down for an interview, so I did, and I was hired. And I noticed this photograph and this little, I think it was from James Haskins' one-page blurb on our synopsis on Charles Williams was hanging in this dance studio. And I was like, well, who is this? Because I really felt I was quite knowledgeable about Black modern dance, not an expert, but at least knowledgeable. And I'm like, why haven't I heard of this person? And then we had hosted the Black College Dance Exchange that year, and we had two of the original company members. I had already mentioned Mrs. Elaine Cook and Silas Moore were speaking about him and telling about all his collaborations with Ted Shawn and all the people who had come to Hampton to perform and teach classes. And like, why haven't I heard of this person? And so my coworker, Nina Butts, sent me to the archives. And so I started going through those archives, and I was just overwhelmed because I had been floundering, like not knowing what my dissertation topic was going to be. And then finally it hit me, this is it. And so it was just, once I found that, then it was nonstop. and I could progress far forward.
Wow, thank you so much. My second question is, what guiding principles would you recommend and suggest to dance educators in K-12 and higher education in terms of creating anti-racist dance curricula?
Well, as I mentioned before, my undergraduate experience is really atypical because there's so much rhetoric going on now about dismantling white supremacy in dance education, and especially in the dance history. And like I said, I came from a non-linear perspective. I came from where those other cultures had as much as important significance to me than as ballet did or as modern dance did. And I think because of that unusual, beginning of my education, that I didn't have this hierarchy, and I didn't have ballet put it at the pinnacle of the top of the hierarchy of what dance is. And I hate that term where dance is the basis of all dance forms. Well, it's not. And the other thing, I just heard this fascinating lecture from it's Jabral Jackson, and he had his premises, and I think he's at Columbia University doing his PhD work, that he had found, that there is Moorish, West African, and Egyptian influence coming up, and if there's Moorish influence on the architecture and the art, why wouldn't it be on the music and the dance as well? And the other thing, if you go back and you predate classical East Indian dance, there's treatise of the Natya Shastra back 1500s prior to ballet that has all the exact same positions. So you can't, I think that Jackson quoted Alonzo King as saying, Catherine de' Medici just didn't kick a ball and all of a sudden ballet emerges in Europe. And you can have something as Eurocentric, but it doesn't necessarily mean white. So I think that people need to really do some research and bring in some more literature, not just the mainstream, textbook of what the history of dance is. And for the students, start introducing, different types of dance into the curriculum. And I think for instructors, need to maybe find something that's similar, like the East Indian culture and ballet. There's a lot of parallels, or say, for instance, take a Dunham class, because it's deeply rooted in ballet and modern too as well, with a distinct African voice. So look at your students, see what your population is, ask for help. You don't have to be the expert, and start trying to bring in things. And then I think you have to do an honest evaluation of your curriculum. And sometimes it's dictated by your administration. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you have free reign, you can do whatever you want, but take an honest look at your curriculum. What can you do to increase visibility of other people? And even if you're not an expert, acknowledge the contribution, and then take an honest look at yourself. How are you listening to different voices in your classroom? Are you stereotyping body images and that type of thing? So I think you have to take an honest look at yourself and an honest look at and evaluate your curriculum itself too as well. And then just bring in more, as many other outside, pieces of information, and dig deep.
Thank you. Love that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laverty, for their answers.
And thank you so much, Carol. Marianne, you and I first met at New York University when you were a doctoral student, and I was a newly hired assistant professor and the director of the dance education program. And in fact, your doctoral dissertation was the very first thesis committee that I served on at NYU. And you may recall that I had a lot of questions about the topic of your study. Initially, I wasn't entirely convinced that you would find enough information and data for a dissertation. You proved me wrong. Your persistence and your commitment to the historical significance and legacy of Charles H. Williams, and your belief, like we just heard you talking about, in the foundational role of the Black and African American experience in dance, really convinced me that your research would be an extraordinary contribution to the dance education literature. So I'm glad to say that ultimately you proved me right. So for all those doctoral students out there, don't ever let a skeptical professor stop you from pursuing your passions. Marianne, I admire your work so much, and I'm delighted that we've been able to share it as an exemplar of historically significant research with the next generation of doctoral students. Thank you so much for joining us for this inaugural Arnholt Symposium.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it so much.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Rowley, Provost of Teachers College. I hope you're enjoying the symposium. We're so honored to have the Arnholt Institute based at Teachers College and proud that the first symposium focuses on access and equity issues. In the next segment, we celebrate the exceptional Teachers College alumna, Beryl McBurney. Traveling from her home in Trinidad in 1938, McBurney undoubtedly understood the opportunities that Teachers College and its surrounding Harlem arts community had to offer. But McBurney also knew how to make waves. As a dancer, researcher, choreographer, and teacher, she revived and preserved Trinidad's folk and indigenous dances. In contributing this knowledge, she made a lasting impact on dance and dance education here in the U.S. and across the Caribbean. Historically, her work is an impressive example of early artistic scholarship in a still nascent field. As our first two guest speakers have demonstrated, the intellectual and creative contributions of Black, Indigenous, African, and African American artists have formed the very bedrock of American dance, regardless of the systemic racism that worked to oppress their voices. Teachers College celebrates Beryl McBurney's pioneering vision. We're proud of her life's work and indebted to her extraordinary legacy. Our next speaker, Judy Raymond, will transport you back in time to Beryl McBurney's world. There you'll capture a glimpse of this iconoclastic and endearing Teachers College pioneer. Judy Raymond is a journalist and writer who joins us from Trinidad, where she's the editor-in-chief of Newsday Trinidad and Tobago. Educated at Oxford and the University of London, Ms. Raymond has written extensively about the arts, artists, and writers, and has maintained a long-running parliamentary column. She's the author of 4 books. Her biography of Beryl McBurney, our topic tonight, was a finalist in the autobiography memoir category of the 2019 International Book Awards and has been adopted for the Caribbean Civilization course at all 3 campuses of the University of the West Indies. On behalf of Teachers College, I give a warm welcome to Judy Raymond.
Let's begin by looking at Beryl McBurney literally, and at the same time, judging a book by its cover, The Portrait of the Young McBurney by Carl Van Vechten. It may suggest a new way of looking at McBurney's life and different answers to some questions about her years in New York City in the 1930s and 40s. This is the best portrait of the young McBurney that I know of, because of the busyness of the patterned wallpaper behind her, a favorite trick of the photographers, the bright colors of her beads, her hair being pulled back. The viewer's eyes are drawn to the stillness of the subject's face. And because Beryl's own piercing, hypnotic eyes are looking away from the camera, the viewer can focus on her face. It's both a portrait of Beryl McBurney, the dancer, Belle Rosette, as she was known then, a very Creole name that meant beautiful little rose, and of Beryl, the person. But her expression in this image is uncharacteristic of photos of her. Unlike much of what she did, you feel this is a collaboration between 2 artists, the subject and the photographer. He's got her absolutely right, self-possessed, dramatic, not classically beautiful, but strong-featured. What she's wearing is typical of her. She's dressed in an eye-catching, improvised way. The caption of the photo describes this as an African costume, though that may actually mean it uses part of a Trinidad carnival costume from an African-themed masquerade band. She's young, 28, but clearly a fully formed personality. She doesn't feel the need to wear makeup, and her set lips and square, determined jaw show she had no interest in whether she matched anyone else's idea of prettiness. This photo of McBurney, along with several others, was taken by Carl Van Vechten on July the 31st, 1941. Van Vechten was a hugely important figure at the time and had been for perhaps 2 decades in the cultural life of New York and especially of Harlem. As well as being a photographer, he was a critic of music, art, drama, and literature, a journalist and a novelist. A biography of him is titled The Tastemaker. He helped launch the careers of Langston Hughes and Paul Robeson. He was close to Zora Neale Hurston. The Jamaican-born poet Claude Mackay was another of his friends or protégés. Nathan Irving Huggins, author of what is probably the definitive book on the Harlem Renaissance, wrote that Van Vechten was, of all the whites to become associated with Black Harlem in the 1920s, the undisputed prince. He had the reputation of knowing Harlem intimately, not only the places of entertainment, but also the important people. He almost made a career of promoting, socially and professionally, Negro artists and performers. So for Carl Van Vechten to want to photograph Beryl McBurney was a sign that 3 years after landing in New York, she had definitely arrived. When he took this photo in 1941, she was at the very beginning of her brief years as a professional performer in the city. It's tempting to wonder whether he helped set her on her upward path or introduced her to his artistic friends, though it's also hard to imagine the very proper Miss McBurney attending the kind of wild parties that Van Vechten favored. There are a few possible known connections between them. Van Vechten was friends with and later photographed the Trinidadian writer and political thinker C.L.R. James, who came to New York in 1938, the same year as McBurney. They had been friends in Trinidad before James left for England in 1932, and it is said they were lovers. Paul Robeson had known Van Vechten since 1925, and while she was in New York City, McBurney formed a friendship with Robeson, so deep and durable that he opened her little theatre when he visited Trinidad in 1948. So Van Vechten is important in that he links McBurney, directly or indirectly, with many other prominent figures in the arts, both black and white. And yet, and this is absolutely frustratingly typical of Beryl McBurney's life, we don't know yet how they came to meet. Van Vechten's photo also makes another connection. By the time McBurney arrived in Harlem, where, at least for a while, she lived in a tiny studio apartment, officially the Harlem Renaissance was over, although its influence would have lingered in terms of attracting Black artists of all kinds, having raised their profile and prestige, so that Harlem was still a center of Black culture. Also, as Huggins writes, for all, Black and white, New York was the occasion for breaking away from small-town life, the restrictions of family control, and for growing up. This would have been especially true for McBurney, a young woman coming from a small, and though creative, in many ways conservative island. Trinidad, for a middle-class girl from Port of Spain in her day, would have been even more confined. She would have been expected to remain within certain respectable parts of the city. The suburb in which she lived, Woodbrook, was built for middle-class Creole people, that is, mostly of mixed African and European descent. Her education, both in and out of school, would have included music and dance. She would have had piano and dance lessons, learning to play and perform classical pieces and waltzes and foxtrots in readiness for tea dances with suitable young men. She took to dance very early, performing European-style dances at a concert she staged at home at the age of 7 or 8. Later, she not only danced and choreographed, but also wrote songs and music. This formal musical foundation made her a typical child of Woodbrook, which produced a number of notable musicians, such as Ellie Manette of the Invaders Steel Band, which for a time was the house band at Beryl's Little Carib Theatre. As for what formed her forceful, independent, some might say headstrong personality, there are several contradictory stories about McBurney's father, but most likely she was brought up in a household headed by her mother. Beryl and her sister would have been expected to earn their living. She became a teacher, fitting this in with her unofficial work of dance teaching and performing with the company she created. Meanwhile, in Trinidad, other women were likewise forging their own paths, and in fact all around the Caribbean, without the benefit in those days of any formal women's movement. They just did it in music, politics, social work, fine art, and many other fields. So all in all, New York City, with its energy, its mix of peoples and cultures from all over the world, its air of modernity, was a natural fit for a Trinidadian. McBurney would also have shared feelings and ideas with the artists who had made up the Harlem Renaissance and their successors. Huggins comments, "It was commonly thought in those decades around World War I that culture, literature, art, music, etc., was the true measure of civilization." Certainly that's an idea that McBurney would have agreed with, and she would have been in harmony with a movement that sought to include arts of African origin as part of that culture. But Huggins also comments, with notable exceptions like Langston Hughes, most Harlem intellectuals aspired to high culture as opposed to that of the common man. This was an attitude of cultural elitism. There, McBurney would have parted ways with them. Van Vechten's images illustrate one of her two utterly different lives. McBurney's art was serious, but it was rooted in folk art, in living traditions, performed and evolved at funerals in the villages of Trinidad, Orisha feasts in the hills of Laventille, vendors' cries in the leafy Port of Spain suburb of St. Clair, or the markets of Tunapuna or San Juan. McBurney differed from African-American artists in other important ways too. As a Trinidadian, a West Indian, she came from a place where the majority of the population were people of color. There was still prejudice and discrimination against them, and they were second-class citizens of the British Empire. But they had been emancipated for almost a century, and Beryl's unshakable self-confidence came partly from this and from her middle-class status, which was enhanced not only by her education, but also by her complexion. Before emancipation, the free colored people of Trinidad had occupied an intermediate legal status between Black and white. This led to the shadism of the West Indies. The rule was that if you were light-skinned, you were of higher social status than if you were Black. And in Trinidad, McBurney would never have been described as Black. She was red or possibly brown. So many of the problems faced by African Americans must have been quite new to her. Some she would simply not have noticed, assuming that she was at least the equal of anyone she met and would be treated as such. Sometimes this would have made her life in New York easier, while at other times she would have been shocked at the formal and informal racial barriers that she would have encountered. As for Black dance theatre, considered as an art, that was starting to get off the ground in the US when Beryl arrived. The American Negro Ballet had been formed, but lasted in that incarnation only a few months. It had been dissolved by the time McBurney arrived, though it was resurrected as the American Swing Ballet. McBurney was not interested, however, in anything that could be described as ballet. Nevertheless, the fact is, any Black dancer who worked in that period in unearthing, preserving, and performing pieces of African origin was inescapably engaged in a political act. But for Beryl McBurney, the work of African American dancers was not her work. So, what were McBurney's intentions? She arrived in New York in 1938 and left for the last time in 1945. But she gave different accounts of why she first came to the city: to study medicine, which she said was what her family wanted, or to study dance, or to see her sick father. It seems unlikely that, knowing Beryl, her family would have tried to make her do anything. She was already 25 when she arrived in New York, and talking about that time, decades later, she said simply, "I must always do what I want to do." The conventional wisdom is that she went to New York to study dance, that she could have been a major star on Broadway, but that she followed her original intention of coming home and giving local folk dance its rightful place through a company based in the theater she was building herself. But in fact, when you look at what she actually did in those years, it's not at all clear what she wanted to do or whether it really constituted a plan. McBurney was never a full-time student in the US, and her studies did not all involve dance. She took summer sessions in 1938 at Columbia Teachers College in rhythms for children, play production, and painting and drawing. In 1940, she did Eurythmics and also dance composition and modern technique, both of the latter under Martha Graham. The only other tuition she had at Columbia was in 1945, when she did 3 summer courses in voice and diction, accompaniment for dance, and stagecraft. She had also briefly learned modern dance technique under Charles Weidman. She did courses in black and white art and watercolor. In 1945, she said, she also had private tuition from an opera singer and actor in Shakespeare. McBurney also did some teaching, sometimes of West Indian dance. She met and taught Pearl Primus, and she later claimed to have taught Catherine Dunham. There are a number of possible reasons why McBurney didn't devote more time to study in New York. Even before she sailed for the US as a teacher in Trinidad, she would probably have been given a fairly solid basis in dance education, as it was in those days. And the content of what she taught or wanted to teach was to be found in Trinidad and elsewhere in the Caribbean. Also, although McBurney was an intelligent and thoughtful woman, she was an artist, not an academic. She didn't think in straight lines, but worked intuitively and impulsively. Her years in New York and her time at Columbia equipped her with some practical training, a theoretical basis for her work, and also some experience in teaching. But unlike Primus and Dunham, she was not cut out for the academic life. Her perennial restlessness and her short attention span may have been another factor in the repeated journeys home or in her unexpected pivot in New York towards performing rather than focusing on training to teach dance. Looking back now at the direction her career eventually took, it's a pity that she didn't acquire more academic discipline. She might have left a record of her choreography, her research methods, her aims for her Little Carib Theatre and its dance company, even if they were never realized. But like many Trinidadians, she was an individualist, and many incidents over the years made it clear that for all her charm, McBurney did not play well with others. It's impossible to imagine her fitting into any kind of theatre company except as the head of it. It was always a struggle as a result to keep her Little Carib company going, partly because teamwork and a collaborative style of leadership was simply beyond her. McBurney may have felt then, rightly or wrongly, that formal training in one of the many approaches to dance taught in New York might detract from, rather than add to, her recreations and performances of traditional dance, or that she didn't need it, or, quite possibly, she just didn't enjoy it. One curious fact that should be examined more closely is that McBurney traveled back to and from Trinidad several times in those 7 years, for reasons she never explained, even though World War II had begun in 1939 and the voyage was therefore a dangerous one. She didn't get a degree in the US. Perhaps she never meant to. Perhaps she never meant to spend as long as she did in the city. It may be that she intended to go home sooner, but was drawn back again and again by the glamour and freedom of big city life, the possibility of real stardom, and also having found a ready-made community of fellow artists, including dancers, some of them West Indians. Then too, McBurney enjoyed performing, and the US, in turn, enjoyed her. She was vivacious, funny, charismatic, flamboyant, but her work was not mere entertainment. She was not prepared to adapt it to the fashions of the times or of other places, and she would have been outraged at being considered some sort of exotic novelty act, which may have been how she was in danger of being regarded in the US at one time. Look at some of the things that her contemporaries Josephine Baker and Carmen Miranda had to resort to make their names. Nevertheless, her stunning success as a performer seems to have been one reason why, sometime between 1940 and 1941, McBurney stopped studying completely until 1945. She began to appear at leading venues, at first in Harlem and later elsewhere in New York City and around the country. She begins to appear in revues in 1941, after her earliest performances. An account of her appearance as a supporting act to a Brazilian singer raves about Belle Rosette, a slender bronze girl in a flowing and colorful Shango costume, an infectious grin lighting her gamin face. She poised there on her toes for a split second, and then, at the first beat of the drums, Belle Rosette executed the first sinuous and sensuous moves of the Shango, a dance she brought with her from her native Trinidad. Excitement was high. No longer was the audience nice and polite and remote. It completely lost its face and became rowdy in paying obeisance to this girl from Trinidad who completely stole the show from the start. When it quietened down after a third encore, she sang a calypso song about the Germans surrendering to the British. She was no longer a dancer, but a minx kidding the life out of the Axis dictators. She waved a newspaper high in the air, crying, "Argos paper, latest telegram, German surrender under the British command." It's obvious from this and other reviews that McBurney always had a very clear idea of exactly who she was as a performer, choreographer, and writer. What she performed was the material she had always loved and made her own. Luckily, her American audiences liked it too, even if they didn't always understand all her references. When Beryl had a hit with that act, for instance, the US had not yet even joined the war. A Caribbean program, staged at the Brooklyn Academy of Music at the end of that year, demonstrates McBurney's refusal to tailor her repertoire to her audience. Belle Rosette was the headline act this time, along with a Haitian Marder group. She performed the Obeah Woman, necromancy of the West Indies, then a Burrokeet dance from the Trinidad Carnival of olden days, and Shango, voodoo ritual practiced by descendants of Africans in Trinidad. She appeared in street scenes of Trinidad with the Haitians, then sang Calypso news, performed Whoopsin, modern Calypso dance with the Haitians, and sang another Calypso classic, Ugly Woman. She also sang folk songs of the islands, several songs in French patois from St. Lucia, Martinique, and Dominica, and in a Martinican dance. The grand finale was Shouters from Sobo, described as singing and dancing of the Shouter sect. The piece that McBurney called Shango was based on the rituals and beliefs of the faith also then referred to as Shango, from the name of the god of thunder, most powerful deity in the Orisha pantheon. The Orisha faith itself, an African-European syncretic folk religion that had originated with the Yoruba people, spread throughout the New World, becoming Santeria in Cuba and Voodoo in Haiti. Wherever it's found, this faith incorporates dance and drumming and spirit possession. Each Orisha power, or Loa, or deity, has his or her own characteristic movements, which are how other devotees recognize which power has possessed or mounted a worshipper as they dance. It has been practiced in Trinidad for centuries, but was practiced secretly for many years because it was wrongly conflated with obeah, thought of as black magic or witchcraft, which was then illegal. It's astonishing, but also absolutely characteristic, that McBurney would recognize its significance to Trinidad dance. But by the time she arrived in New York, McBurney had been researching local dance for at least 5 years. In 1933, aged 20, she happened to meet the folklorist Andrew Carr on Bellow Road in Belmont, an area of eastern Port of Spain once known as Freetown. It was thus named because it had been settled by Africans 100 years before and more. These were people who had recently been emancipated, many born in Africa and not enslaved for long, and many others who had never spent time in enslavement, but were liberated by the British Navy from foreign slave ships after the British abolished the slave trade in 1807. In other words, Belmont was a part of Trinidad, right in the middle of the capital city, where the spirit of Africa was alive and well and had deep roots. Andrew Carr was able to arrange for McBurney to meet his mother, who knew a lot about the Rada cult, a group who had been settled in the area for close to a century, and on whose compound in Belmont, the cult of the snake god Dangwe of Dahomey or Benin was and still is practiced. All of that illustrates some important points about Trinidad and hence about McBurney. The significance of dance to enslaved people was recognized very early and commented on by European observers, including sugar plantation owners, who wrote about the West Indies in the 19th century. Some were baffled by its importance. Some connected it with witchcraft. Many feared it might help foment insurrection. A few enjoyed and admired it. The Caribbean islands, tiny as they are, were not always economically and politically insignificant. Many were once hugely valuable colonies that satisfied the vast European appetite for sugar. The first peoples who inhabited them had been wiped out by enslavement and genocide, or had fled. The European powers that colonized the Caribbean turned to Africa as a source of labor for the cane fields, and so began the Atlantic slave trade. Every West Indian island has its own history, culture, accent, and ideas about itself, although they also have a great deal in common. But Trinidad wasn't a classic slave society, or one of the rich islands that was fought over by the French, Dutch, Danes, Spanish, and British. But as a result, dance had a particular strength and significance in Trinidad, because slavery had never existed here on a large scale or for a long period. African dance came directly, undiluted, from the source. It was one of the main aspects of their culture that African people were able to bring to the Caribbean, and they were able to do so because it was portable, intangible, and teachable. All you needed was a drum or something that could be used as a drum. For the dancers, it was a liberating and unifying force. It was a way to hold on to one's own ancestral traditions and to create dances that also drew on the dances and the music of different African peoples and of the European colonizers, such as the ballet. But it's also important to understand that in McBurney's early years, despite her love for them, these works, based on African traditions, were looked down upon in Trinidad, which remained a British colony. C.L.R. James, 12 years older than Beryl, wrote of being brought up as a Black Englishman. Working to change these attitudes was a huge undertaking. As the island became more anglicized in the course of the 19th century, the folk traditions of the peoples who were brought here as laborers were scorned and thrown aside in favor of the proper British way of doing things. McBurney complained about school children being taught to do the Highland Fling, or opera being sung rather than calypso. As late as 1963, she was still having to ask, are we afraid because most of the vital expression of our folk material is of African origin? McBurney wasn't afraid. She and like-minded thinkers were pioneers in recognizing the strength and the importance of the African cultural retentions of the island and of the region. They included those who were working for the political self-determination and independence of the country, her friends, such as the historian and future Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, the journalist and politician Albert Gomes, and of course, though he spent much of his life overseas, C.L.R. James. Many of the folk traditions of Trinidad had been driven underground, but some, like Carnival, couldn't be suppressed, or not for long. As well as the genteel piano lessons and ballet classes, there were riotous carnival characters, bad behavior sailors, the stilt-walking Moko Jumbies, the jab-jabs, experts with whips, the molasses-smeared devils who would intimidate bystanders into giving them cash, Dame Lorraine, men dressed as caricatures of women. To find, to learn, and to retain these and other customs, McBurney went out into the countryside at night, to Shango ceremonies, to bongo dances honoring the dead. She went to nearby St. James, then a village mainly occupied by people of Indian descent, for Hosei, a yearly Shia Muslim commemoration that involves nightly processions accompanied by tassa drumming and a ceremony known as Dancing the Moons. It would have been frowned on for a respectable Christian Creole girl to go to such places almost a century ago. But Beryl's individualism, her refusal to accept the rules, to do what was expected of her, is a national characteristic. Although few women of her time would also have had the persistence and strength of will to build a theatre in their mother's backyard over the repeated protests of the city council, and then run a dance company there for many years. And it remains a mystery that, given a chance of freedom and success in the metropolis, either as a teacher or as a famous singer and dancer, this young woman from a tiny island chose to return here for good. We can only speculate. She loved her country and its people, and the source of her material, the wellspring of her passion, were in the Caribbean. Even in the United States, as we've seen, that is what she choreographed and performed, either solo or with the troupe she formed there. McBurney's age may also have told against her. By the time she left New York, finally, she was in her 30s. And then, too, the quest for novelty might soon have moved on in search of newer, younger dancers, or fashions for which she was not prepared to compromise. All or none of these may form part of the truth, which is a complex and elusive thing even when you think you're dealing with facts and writing nonfiction. I said earlier that McBurney's behavior in her New York years doesn't suggest, for all her determination and her strength of character, that she had a plan. And sometimes the patterns of our lives seem to be set for us in our very early years. Perhaps McBurney's destiny was actually decided on the day when, aged 7 or 8, she performed 2 dances in a concert that she organized and produced in her mother's back garden. The name Beryl McBurney is still universally, if somewhat vaguely, known in Trinidad. Not everyone here knows what she did, other than build a theatre, or why that mattered. But even though she left New York City in the end, she still gained an international reputation. Elsewhere, perhaps, there's more recognition of the breadth of her vision, the scale of her ambition and daring, the magnitude of the task she took on. She was awarded the Order of the British Empire, hailed throughout the region and beyond as the woman who started the movement to preserve Caribbean folk dance and to make known the importance of Africa to dance throughout the Americas. And, of course, almost 100 years after she took her first classes there, she is also, I'm happy to say, still remembered at Columbia Teachers College.
Hello, I'm Dr. Barbara Bashaw, Executive Director and Arnhold Professor of Practice here in the Dance Education Program at Teachers College, Columbia University. Judy, thank you so much for that evocative and eloquent talk about our cherished alumna, Beryl McBurney. It's such an honor to have you here with us tonight for our Q&A session with several of our doctoral students. So I will pose the first question for you on behalf of our doctoral student, Katrina Brown Alifi, who could not be here this evening. Katrina asks the following: biographical research seems so personal and intimate, and the level of detail that you've been able to gather about Beryl McBurney's life is incredible. As you were in the throes of your data collection process, were there any pivotal moments that led to your most significant discoveries?
Well, thanks for that very interesting and, in fact, flattering question. And let me just make it clear from the start that I am a mere writer of lives. I'm not a dancer or expert in dance in any way whatsoever. I write about people, mostly women, who are involved in the arts. And also I wrote down some answers so that I wouldn't leave out anything important. So yes, biographical research can indeed be very personal and intimate, but in many respects it was less so in Beryl McBurney's case than in at least two of the other books I've written about women who are still alive, and also journalistic pieces I've written. In Beryl's case, I was told and read much more about her public persona. I personally interviewed her over 20 years ago when she was already an old lady, and I interviewed her, so a lot of people who knew her, but they were her dancers or a friend from her old age who was much younger than her. She died 20 years ago, and there's no one left who was her friend from when she was young, obviously. And even if any of her contemporaries were alive, I suspect they would be a lot more reticent about certain subjects in younger people. So all of those affected the information I was able to get about her. In addition, the focus of the book was really on Beryl's work. So what I wrote about her as a person was really to illustrate how her character affected what she was able to achieve as a dancer, choreographer, founder of the Little Carib Theatre. The National Heritage Library here allowed me to go through over 30 boxes of her books and papers, but she never really wrote very much at all. She may have written some letters to friends, but of course those friends would be dead, and no one retrieved those letters before she or they died. My father and his siblings knew her, actually. They came from roughly the same era and the same social class. They were Port of Spain Creole people, that is, of mixed African and European descent. So what I knew of their lives also colored what I wrote about her. But unfortunately, they are no longer with us either. One of my aunts, many years ago, told me she actually danced briefly with Beryl, and I so wish I'd spoken to her more about it at the time. And then later, I discovered they had actually also been very close friends. But by that time, my aunt was not in a state to be able to talk about that kind of thing. So it may be rather disappointing, but the single most important new thing that I discovered about her that nobody had known up till then was her exact age, which she never told anybody. In those days, one didn't ask a lady her age, and it was even wrong on the program at her funeral. But I did, in the end, get it by the simple, though time-consuming measure of going to the registry and asking for a copy of her birth certificate. And that was how I found out she was born in 1913.
Thank you so much for that answer. And it does really press how important it is to try to preserve things and archive things while we can.
And how
So-
easily they're lost.
How easily it's lost. And it's also just really amazing that you have a family connection as well. So that was really, really fascinating to hear. So our next question is from doctoral student Melissa Van Wyk.
Hi, Judy. Thank you for
Miss.
answering my questions. It's such a pleasure. My first question is, what was the point of view McBurney had on the value and importance of dance of the quote unquote common man and folk art? And what were the arguments she made in favor of those types of dance against those from the Harlem Renaissance who favored quote unquote high culture?
Well, as I've said, she never really wrote very much, but in answer to the first part of your question, I can quote from a summary of what was described as a lecture that Beryl McBurney gave at a symposium at the University of the West Indies on the artist in West Indian society, which was probably in the late 1950s or early 1960s. There's a note to the text of her lecture that explains that much of her time was actually taken up not with talking, but with demonstrations of different kinds of dance and music. And even so, the transcript, which was done by somebody else, is only 4 pages long. But after summarizing the influences on West Indian dance, European, i.e. mostly Scots, Irish, French, English, and possibly even Portuguese, as well as African and Indian, Beryl McBurney said, West Indians must continue to draw on the manifold cultural influences that have gone into our historical and cultural makeup and to reinterpret them in the light of our own experiences. In this way, we can make a worthwhile contribution to a West Indian way of life. Our aim should be towards creating and maintaining a universal standard. We must ensure that the artistic quality of West Indian people should be of such a quality and caliber that it will flow naturally into the broad stream of universal culture, expressive of the common humanity of our own world. So she saw West Indian dance and culture as both unique and a unifying force among peoples both within and beyond the Caribbean. And the person who summarized what she said added, in answer to questions at the end of her lecture, Ms. McBurney said that in her view, dance was the most significant West Indian art form since it contained the greatest variety of raw material, ready to hand, waiting to be worked on and presented. When I talked to her about her work in West Indian dance, she said, as I quoted in the book, I'm very interested in the classics. Nothing can be more beautiful than Tristan und Isolde, nothing. But you can't give a little girl an aria from the Meister singers to sing in a competition for her country when there's a gallery of folk songs or even calypso, can you? So I hope those comments add up to some kind of answer to your question. As I have said, she really wasn't given to writing or theorizing. I think she had a sort of impulsive, intuitive mind. So there isn't anywhere that Beryl McBurney laid out a philosophy in writing. You have to kind of extrapolate it from what she actually did and from snippets of what she said.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then my next question is, did Beryl and her dancers see their work or themselves as political at that time? And if so, what did they see as their political motive or goals?
Well, Beryl was not consciously at all political in any sense, despite her numerous friends who were actively involved in mainstream politics. In a television interview in, I think, the late 1970s or early 80s, when she was asked about her work, she looked back at her own school days and her early days teaching dance in schools. And she said, we would be dancing nothing Trinidadian, nothing West Indian. The colored child in dance or theater was never really thought about, and something had to be done. What happened with me, it emerged really. I didn't set out to make a political question of it. It just happened naturally. But of course, even if it wasn't consciously political, Beryl did have political connections and the vision of a dedicated theater for folk dance. And she felt Caribbean governments should step in and support the efforts of organizations like Her Little Carib and the equivalents that sprang up around the region as a result of her work. Some of her dancers may have shared that idea, but a lot of them were simply young people who were literally roped in by Beryl, more or less at random. A lot of them didn't even know that they had any dance talent or wanted to be dancers until she dragged them into the theater physically. And they would have enjoyed the experience. They got to perform, they got to go on tour sometimes, and so on. But I think in a lot of cases, it might not have been until they were quite a lot older that they realized that they and the Little Carib were cultural pioneers and the real significance of what it was they were doing during those years.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Judy. Finally, I would like to introduce you to doctoral student, Shola Roberts.
Hi, Judy.
Hi.
My TC community. It is an extreme honor to be in your presence tonight, and I am grateful for this opportunity. Judy, you referenced the extensive network of individuals that McBurney was in constant communication with in Trinidad and New York City, like Eric Williams, CLR James, and Andrew Carr, to name a few. I am a firm believer in being in alignment with like-minded individuals to push an agenda that may seem radical to the majority. Do you see the same kind of support, acknowledgement, and honoring continuing in this present time for those artists that continue to live, breathe, study, and teach these dance forms?
The short answer is yes and no. The landscape of dance has changed a lot since Beryl's day. There are a lot more dance companies, but then a lot of them struggle more or less as much as Beryl's own company did. There is a more general acceptance of the value of her work and those who continue to do work in that vein. There is in Trinidad an organized Prime Minister's Best Village competition in which local communities get together and compete, and through which dance and other folk cultural forms are preserved. And that is lively. It involves a lot of people. A lot of people watch it even if they don't take part in it. And that is supported by the government. Beryl personally, I think, was bitterly disappointed by the lack of concrete financial support from her friends in high places like Eric Williams, who was personally generous, but whose government didn't do a lot to help her and her Little Carib Theatre. And she felt she should have been put in charge of the Best Village program, which would probably actually have been fairly disastrous because long-term planning and organization were really not her strong point. And that position went to the Prime Minister's sister-in-law instead. As I said, there are a number of dance companies active now, some of which teach not only dance of African, but also Indian origin, and several others that work in contemporary Caribbean dance and have their roots in folk dance of African origin, but they don't get any government support. One dancer in particular, Noble Douglas, who strangely enough never worked with Beryl, but who shared with her that they both had training in the Martha Graham method. Noble has had a company for many years, although it rarely performs now. And of course, eventually she had to move on to choreography rather than performing. She's in her 70s now. She's not publicly given the same kind of credit for her work as Beryl, because Beryl was the first. But Noble has been able to do two things that Beryl couldn't. One is to set up a company that lasted for decades and branched into a number of other companies. And also Noble Douglas set up the Lilliput Theatre, which trains not only young dancers, but also actors and other theatre practitioners from childhood, some of whom are still working here and some of whom have gone on to have very successful international careers. And I think, unlike Beryl's Little Carib company, Noble's work will endure more obviously through the people that she's trained and mentored. But again, like most of the other companies here, Noble has never really received the recognition or the financial and other kinds of support that she really deserves, sadly.
Thank you for that. My second question, as someone who would like to follow in Mama McBurney's fearless footsteps, how might I use her framework of preservation to archive the cultural practices of other small islands like my beautiful Grenada?
Well, I think in this case, I can give a much more optimistic answer, I'm happy to say. I think people following in Beryl's footsteps today are in many ways in a better position than her, because they don't have to persuade people that this work is a worthwhile enterprise, even if that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get very much funding. But there is more appreciation of the importance of Caribbean folk heritage and more groups doing the work. So that makes it easier. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and start from scratch. One mixed blessing is that a lot of governments, I think probably including the government of Grenada, see dance and related carnival traditions as tourist attractions. I mean, in our new government, this is since September, the Minister for the Arts and Culture has tourism as the first and presumably hence the most important item in his portfolio. So that's how governments regard many of the performing arts, in light of their usefulness as a means of generating income. But it also means that there are more performances and more accessible performances, even if some of them are in hotels rather than being held within communities for the specific occasions they were originally meant for. And some of them may have been jazzed up, so to speak, or watered down, depending on how you look at it, for audiences of overseas visitors. Another advantage that we have today, of course, is that it's so much easier to record these traditions visually, or anyone with a smartphone can record both the music and the dance at some level, or people talking about what it was like when they were young, what dances were done in those days that aren't performed anymore. And there are more, like yourself, academically, formally trained dancers who are better equipped to archive and record them in various ways. I mean, Beryl's dances, there's very little video footage of anything that she did, and one or two that she recorded are not in any kind of formal notation. So how useful they are to actual dancers trying to recreate them is fairly dubious. But because of the general increased awareness of the importance of these traditions and maintaining them, I think, for instance, if you were to go into small communities and ask people if there are any dances local to that area, you would get more understanding of why you're doing this work, what it is you're trying to do, and probably more willingness to cooperate and to help you and to explain to you what this means and this is how we do it and so on.
Thank you so much for your response, Judy.
You're most welcome.
And thank you, Shola. So that wraps up our Q&A session with author and scholar Judy Raymond. Judy's book about Beryl McBurney is available in our virtual bookstore, accessible from the symposium webpage. Judy, once again, we are so honored that you could be a part of our very first Arnhold Institute Symposium. A heartfelt thanks, especially for sharing.
My pleasure. I just wish I could have been there physically, but
we do too. And
yeah.
We just thank you so much for sharing Beryl McBurney with our community. She will continue. She will be someone that we continue to celebrate her and her legacy here at Teachers College. Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Dr. Barbara Bashaw, Executive Director and Arnhold Professor of Practice in Dance Education. It's my pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker, Dr. Ojea Cruz Banks, and her talk, Revisioning Dance Through Black African Indigenous Perspectives. Dr. Cruz Banks is an Associate Professor of Dance at Denison University. Her research is inspired by her African and Pacific Islander American lineages from Guam to Alabama, Kentucky, and Louisiana. For over a decade, she worked as a senior lecturer at the University of Otago in New Zealand. Her research and teaching focus on Black, African, and Indigenous Pacific dance education, choreography, and performance. Her choreographies and publications include West African dance, Guinea and Senegal, and Pacific Island dance as a spiritual well-being source and a vital praxis for decolonization. Welcome, Dr. Cruz Banks.
Bagadi badasewa, bagadi badasewa, bagadi badasewa kifinda, heala yope kifinda. That song was gifted to me by Mustafa Bangura, a renowned dancer, choreographer, teacher from Guinea, West Africa. He has been a primary teacher for me for many years. The chant pays memorial to his father's village, named Kifinda in the Bokeh region, located in the tropical swamps of the Atlantic, where he spent time as a child. The place made an impression upon him as a dance artist. I have visited and danced on the white sands of Kifinda a few times. It's a very humbling place. The song was composed to express Bangura's love for his village and call forth the rhythm and dance, Sorsene. Sorsene is a dance that originated from Bagaland. The dance is popular and one of the first Baga rhythms to migrate to the United States or Turtle Island. The song and dance carries Bangura's autobiography and his affection for his homeland. It is an honor to be invited to speak with the Arnold Institute of Dance Education, Research Policy, and Leadership to celebrate the future of the new PhD program dedicated to dance education. This is really awesome. The title of my talk is Re-envisioning Dance Education through African Diaspora, African and Indigenous Dance Perspectives. What I want to share are a few brief dance ethnographic stories from the Pacific continent, West Africa, to the United States. I draw from my experience as a dance artist, a dance educator, and ethnographer. A big impetus for my work is about recovering ancestral funds of knowledge that is related to my identity as a Black African Pacifica woman. For almost 3 years now, I've just returned to the United States. I lived in Aotearoa, New Zealand for over a decade, where I worked at the University of Otago. When I was there, I had the opportunity to dive into Māori perspectives of dance. Being based in the Pacific equipped me with a wider global lens for thinking about the pedagogical significance of dance. For quite some time now, I've been interested in what I call critical post-colonial dance recovery. In other words, how dance, chant, music invoke critical worldviews, knowledge transmission, and spiritual capital that remedy cultural oppression. The examples that I share with you derive from investigations in and with Indigenous and diasporic communities, and through my own experiences as a dancer. These arenas advanced my thinking about dance teaching, training, and dance artistry. It's important to remember that how we frame dance as dance educators is never culturally neutral. It's also important to remember that dance education has a long tradition that dates well back before mass schooling, far into antiquity. To start, I thought it would be helpful to briefly explore the question, what is dance? What is the purpose of dance? I want to answer the question based off of snapshots from Aotearoa, New Zealand, Guahan or Guam, the US, and West Africa. What I've found in my research is that Black African indigenous communities, for them, dance is not compartmentalized. It is often a synchronization of music, chant, poetry in order to create a total sensory embodiment of literacies and subjectivities. Movement is a repository of language, of heritage, of environmental knowledge. This explains why dance breeds cultural perception, ethical values, and reinforces ancestral knowledge and ways of perceiving and being. Dance and chant are pedagogically bound. For instance, chant is the mouthpiece, and dance is the personification of indigenous cosmologies. Dance can submerge a group in worldview, in sonic frequencies that nurture indigenous intellects and sensory acuity. My research reveals that dance scaffolds language acquisition, oral history, spiritual capital and well-being, psychological recalibration. In other words, it strengthens one identity in culturally relevant ways. It also brings about awareness of ancestral geographies, the relationship between human, land, and water relationships. Now I want to share brief ethnographic summaries of my research from the Pacific to West Africa. I hope that these distinct cultural standpoints inherently enrich our understanding of the purpose of dance education, the terminology, the format, the approaches to training, plus notions of technique in dance making. Let's start in the South Pacific, in Aotearoa. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. It was the night when the gods sang the world into being, the world of light to the world of music. These are the words of the great late music composer Hirini Melbourne. The proverb signals that music gave birth to indigenous Māori worlds, and this is echoed across the Pacific. Chant is the foundation of dance. It is exemplified by kapa haka meaning group dance in New Zealand. Perhaps you've seen haka performed in the International All Black New Zealand rugby team or on social media, or if you've lucky, you've witnessed it live. Kapa haka, or group dance, is a primary teaching methodology for kaupapa Māori, or Māori language immersion schools. There are kapa haka competitions and other Pacific Island dance festivals held annually in the country. And kapa haka is widely taught in New Zealand public schools and also at a university level. Haka can happen spontaneously at funerals, weddings, farewells, graduations. It involves the synchronicity of chant, moves, body percussion, and creates an embodied understanding of the words, the kupu, the words. Dance or haka is described as a database of language and mythology. Hence, it is considered an effective methodology for rehabilitating language loss as a consequence of colonialism. It is a form of political intervention or protest. Māori use it to reclaim colonial space and for them to claim their status as the guardians of the land and the guardian of the land and culture. Haka is performed at university student rallies and performed as part of the recent Black Lives Matter Solidarity March that happened in Wellington. Haka has been called embodied sovereignty by influential Maori scholar Hokowhitu. He describes this as a feeling or activation of indigenous culture. Haka actions what I call somatic decolonization. It's a sensorial grab attention. It has the power to hit the pause button on colonial noise, and Haka performances often will interrupt colonial institutions, systems, structures, and bureaucracies. Nathan Matthews says, when Haka is performed well, you feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Haka instantly transports you into a Maori world. Haka is always included with a motif that's called the wiri. This is a fundamental Maori movement. Wiri is likened to a hand shimmy. It's described as the embodiment of sunlight shimmering on the ocean or the rustling of leaves. It's also physiologically helpful for loosening up the body so that one can channel their mana or their spiritual inheritance. The ultimate goal of Haka is to embody ancestral power. In New Zealand, I had the opportunity to collaborate with indigenous Maori dancers who were researching pre-colonial concepts of dance. They invited a selection of mostly Maori dance artists to engage in creative workshops, and I was very honored to be in the mix. The goal of the event was to revive the tradition called whare tapere, which is roughly translated to House of the Arts or Performing Arts. The project lasted about 5 years, and members of the research team have used this content to teach dance in public schools all the way to a university level. This project also informed the dance content that I delivered at the University of Otago when I worked there. A significant paradigm of dance that they investigated was called whakaawa, which is the ultimate quality of dance. Whakaawa means to become. In the movement workshops with the team, we spent time observing the ocean, imitating it, meditating, listening to the water soundscapes. We even danced in the water. I discovered that to dance for Maori is to absorb, to witness the ocean and land, to become it, to take it into your body, to express the creativity of the natural world. Charles Royal, who guided the whare tapere research, said, to dance is to become sensorial alive. He said the work is about re-indigenizing somatic connection to ancestral land that has been interrupted by colonialism. Now we're going to move to the North Pacific. Guahan, or Guam. Guam is one of my homelands. Guahan is a member of an archipelago in the northwestern Pacific where my mothers of many generations were born. There are commonalities between how dance is conceptualized here and in Aotearoa. For example, indigenous Chamorro utilize dance for promoting language revitalization. One such group is called Ifanalayan, which means a place to chant. This group was established by a brother-sister team, Leonard and Juanita Iriarte. The group is made up of teenagers to young adults. The founders describe the group as an ongoing oral history program that seeks to secure traditional depository for terminology and language through the creation of chants and dance. Ifanalayan's distinct approach to chant is to use the older Chamorro language that is not commonly spoken anymore. The dominant language today is laden with Spanish, and this is due to 400 years of Spanish colonialism. Ifanalayan's chants are rhythm poems, melodic soundboards of legends and folklore. Ifan sees chant as an essential vessel of indigenous language. Here's a short portrait of Ifanalayan at a performance at the University of Guam in 2012. As the dance choir entered the stage, they were wearing black and orange sarongs adorned with crowns made of yellow flowers on their foreheads. They sang the song, Ayacho et Ate, the magic stone. The room reverberated as the collective voices sang about the legendary sea voyager. The men paced solemnly, with paddles in their hands as they sang, and then the entire assembly began to undulate gently. With their right hand, the men extended their paddles, and their hips moved like turbulent wind blowing through the water. In contrast, the women's arms floated and hands flexed away from their hips, while their whole body swayed. Their feet shifted carefully as calm water. The movements were oceanic. Now I want to turn to Turtle Island, or the US, and then to research that I did in West Africa. So we're moving into the African diaspora context. I want to share with you work that I did on West African dance and its role in the spiritual well-being of African American people. The research collaborates and focuses on the journey of Dr. Jeanette Jackson and her experiences that led her to become a West African dance educator. Her story illustrates how African American dance, or African dance, confronts the ongoing effects of racism in the United States and reestablishes experiences vital to the cultural health, the spiritual well-being of African-descended Americans. Jackson has dedicated her life to teaching West African dance through her nonprofit organization called Africa International, which is based in Los Angeles. She said to me in an interview, "Why should we be enslaved to bad thoughts, bad education, poverty, and a lack of opportunity? We are created to be great. Our babies will see themselves as great. It all starts with the drum." Jackson and I both testified to the fact that djembe music, a hand drum originally from Mali, West Africa, has been a lifeline for us. Gabriel Farah Tono, a renowned djembe fola and dancer from Guinea, said the musician's job is to give light to the dancer. Tono explained that the art of the djembe is designed to support and uplift the dancers. West African dance stimulates a sense of spiritual and community consciousness. Dance and drum connection can induce joy, stimulate moments of kinetic states of resilience and liberation. Jackson and I argue that African American dancers, when we synchronize our movements to the drum, this constitutes a recovery of cultural transmission interrupted when African people were kidnapped and sold during the Atlantic slave trade. Regaining cultural fluency in West African dance is critical to cultural, emotional, and spiritual reparation. For example, Jackson's autobiographical journey, she articulates how she was attracted to the power of the drum and how it empowered. She notes that it gave her courage and confidence and started her on a recovery process from the traumatic events of racism and internalized and institutional racism. Jackson and I describe how West African dance is a process of syncing up your heart and your body to the sonic vibration and the rhythm of the djembe. This process, we attest, can declutter, can purge, flush negative thought patterns, and recalibrate a dancer's somatic experience with self-assurance. In another ethnographic project that I did, it was based in Guinea, West Africa. I explore the significance of the dance circle, the Fare Ra Langi. For West African dance, the study zeroed in on my observations of my teacher, Mustafa Bangura, in the circle, and my personal experiences of interacting with djembe fola, lead drummers in the circle. Observations of Bangura have taught me that professional Guinea dancers are ones who stabilize and enliven the music when they are in the circle. Here is a personal description of being in the circle. My kinesthetic instincts and choices were informed by several elements: the movement vocabulary Bangura had taught us, the beats played by the djembe fola, my body intuition and memory, vocal affirmations from the crowd, and my ability to assess the compositional possibilities of the pocket or the groove of the music. Mutually, these parts galvanize the creative process. The communal spiritual ethos of the circle provided me with profound understandings of musicality and movement innovation. The circle is a critical pedagogical and choreographic space where dancers learn how to choreograph in relationship with the music, and where they build their improvisational chops, where they practice musicality and acquire technique. A good movement technician in West African dance, and for African diasporic dance in general, in a nutshell, is someone who dances with rhythmic virtuosity. The circle includes dance-inducing djembe percussion and affirming community vibes. A dancer faces inward towards the musicians. The energy of the circle fine-tunes a dancer's attention to music interaction and sharpens their understanding of movement, music, embodiment. In the circle, I have gotten to absorb community support, love, and build my artistry. The circle remains a critical choreographic space in African diasporic dance. This is evidence when we think about how this format continues to evolve across time through the ring shout to the Afro-Brazilian, the roda, to b-boy and house dance. The cipher remains a critical artistic space. Unfortunately, I've started to notice that West African dance and in the US, the dance circle is starting to be replaced with dancing in lines and learning choreography. This is getting overemphasized. And I think that it's a reflection of how dance teaching formats and approaches are getting colonized, and indigenous dance pedagogies are becoming or have remained endangered. And it's really time to, I think, challenge that cycle. And as future dance educators, really embrace the leaning in, the open ear, and the acute observations of dance education that we see around the world. I'm going to start to conclude now. I want you to think about how these paradigms inform future directions in dance education. Collectively, the portraits from the Pacific to America illustrate dance education mobilized by diaspora and indigenous communities. In these settings, the function of dance is held in high regard. While form, artistic practice, and performance is important, the desire to use dance as a world-making tool is of high priority. In Aotearoa, Guam, in the US, dance is about divesting oppression, unearthing culturally relevant dance content, and initiating grassroots dance education and artistry. In Guinea, West Africa, I reported about the power of the circle format for nourishing dance artistry. The circle is where I have developed freestyle and improvisational skills that have also taught me to understand musicality from a West African perspective. This research reveals that sublime dance artistry can emerge when creative process is rooted in culture and community. My research takes stock of Brown and Black dance education, agendas, histories, content, terminology, and pedagogies. I specifically encourage dance educators, dance researchers to engage with Indigenous and diasporic frameworks, to expand their engagements with different epistemologies, ontologies, and cosmologies of dance. These lenses help us to refresh and expand our theories and practices of dance education. I'm not saying that we disavow or turn away from the legacies and the lessons that we learn from dance education pioneers such as Margaret Dobler or Martha Hill or even Rudolph Laban. But we do need to provide dance education counterpoints that are not simply footnotes or tokens. Including Indigenous diasporic stories and ways that create equitable encounters with dominant narratives is essential. This means that we need to become more cognizant of how dance education works around the world and its unique significance in ways that are relevant to our students, the wider community that includes Black and Indigenous people. This can help increase the breadth and depth of dance education in and out of school environments and season us with a world-roundedness sense of dance. We need new or reconceptualized notions of dance that reckon with what McCarthy Brown asks, who are the owners of dance? And she signals the need to pay attention to whitewashing of dance teaching. She says critical race theory is an essential lens for addressing privilege in dance education. Kennedy also suggests that we need to be doing 1619ing of our American dance histories that dig into how the Atlantic slave trade play a role in the new meanings and formations of dance. Scholars such as McCarthy Brown, Kennedy, and Davis are reminding us that we need to do a better job with teacher training that challenges the logics, the paradigms, and the assumptions of dance education. As Charles Royal argues, expressions of indigeneity are not merely about colonial resistance, not merely about decolonization, but instead challenge us to recenter, to reground, to re-indigenize ourselves and our cultures that lead to positive change. Finally, I want to argue that this positive change is being brought about by dance education that reestablishes Indigenous and diasporic pedagogies that are important to the making of healthy people and providing them with the spiritual capital to recruit vital ancestral literacies and sensory acuities. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Matthew Henley, and I am the Arnhold Associate Professor of Dance Education here at Teachers College, Columbia University. And it is my great pleasure to be joined by Dr. Cruz Banks for a question and answer session with some of our students. Hello, hi.
Hi,
So nice to see you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much for your really powerful portraits of dance education around the world and your description of the ways in which pedagogy opens windows into different epistemologies, ontologies, and cosmologies. It's just such powerful and important work. So thank you so much for that.
My pleasure.
So we're honored that you would join us here for the first Arnhold Symposium and join us and answer some questions from some of our students. So I'm actually going to get us started by asking a question from one of our doctoral students who couldn't be here this evening, and that's Ana Fragoso. So her question actually begins with a statement, and a quite powerful statement. So she says, "I don't believe that racism can be reversed. In your talk, you mentioned that there are ways to recover cultural transmissions that were interrupted by various forms of colonialism. Can you give us some examples of how dance educators can create opportunities for cultural recovery?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's true racism cannot be reversed. But I do feel like cultural transmission can be recovered. And I think that there are examples of communities around the globe who are doing anti-racist, decolonial work through dance. One example of this is African American dance, for example, right? From the ring shout to hip hop culture is a product of this rehabilitation process. Dance has been used in Black communities as a methodology for addressing racial trauma and speaking truth to power by protecting and celebrating Black humanity. Many of the examples of dance educators doing this work happen on grassroots, informal, as well as in public school environments. One example that I'll start with is the nonprofit organization called Africa International. That was founded in Los Angeles, California, by Dr. Jeanette Jackson, who created this nonprofit organization to set up dance education programs in her city. And her education program specialized in West African dance. And the emphasis was around bringing West African dance to Black youth, to Black communities, as a way of addressing the miseducation of African Americans. And also providing a practice, a cultural practice that increases the spiritual well-being of African Americans. And she actually found her way into being an educator through really transformative experiences that she had as a teenager, growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, and getting the opportunity to study with West African dance artists such as Yusuf Kumbasa, Mustafa Bangora, Madi Bass. And the drum, the power of the drum really changed her sense of herself and helped her grapple with internalized racism. Another example that I want to bring to your attention is the Kaupapa Maori schools that are Indigenous language immersion schools in New Zealand that are operated by Maori communities, different tribes around the country, who use kapahaka, which basically means group dance, as a way to teach language, to promote language in the younger communities. Think of dance as a database of Indigenous knowledge because it involves art, music, and dance simultaneously. And so the movement basically helps to strengthen the comprehension of the words that they're chanting. So that's one example. Another example is a school that I have studied at in Guinea called Le Bagate, that was founded by Mustafa Bangora, who danced with Les Ballets Africains, which is one of Africa's most famous dance companies. He established this school in the 90s, and not only does he invite international students to his schools, but he also invites local youth aspiring dance artists to study when he is home, to give them an opportunity to study with, for example, such a master level dance choreographer and educator, when a lot of these students in their formal schools do not get their cultural dance. So he's doing intervention work in terms of serving Black African-American communities when he's in the United States, but also when he's home.
Thank you so much for those very powerful examples of cultural recovery that are going on in both large and small ways. It seems like there's a real opportunity for a lot of research to happen to bring those stories more to the fore. Thanks. I'd like to bring one of our students to the screen with a question, and that is Joan Finkelstein.
Good evening, Dr. Cruz-Banks. It's such an honor to speak with you tonight. Your work seems to me essential and moves me deeply on many levels. My question is, how well equipped are American dance educators, most of whom, as you know, regardless of their cultural background, have been trained in Euro-Western theatrical dance forms and the thought traditions and constructivist practices of Dewey, Laban, and Dobler, to incorporate African and indigenous pedagogies and worldviews? And what can they do to broaden their capacity?
Thank you, Joan, for that question. Immediately, I would say that this is a challenge for dance education. Dance education is steeped in Eurocentrism and white supremacist theories and practices. So the aspiration really does call for what Crystal Davis says, laying new ground, right? It's about rethinking the biases in our content and pedagogy that privilege particular worldviews, epistemologies, aesthetics, and creative processes in dance. I think in order to broaden dance educators' perspectives, I believe that it requires deep study in non-dominant dance styles, right? And engaging in global viewpoints of dance that really help us understand cultural specificity. One of the insights that I gained during my study with Mustafa Bangura at Le Bagatelle School of Dance and Drum in Conakry, Guinea, was from my experiences of being in the circle, the solo circle, the dance circle, which is normally a part of the West African dance format that it's at a dance class format that's at the end of the class, right? And dance students are given the opportunity to engage in an improvisational exchange with the music, the live music. And one of the things that I learned in that deep study is that the movement mechanics will only get you so far, right? That in West African dance, you also have to have a musical intelligence. You have to understand how to dance in a way that makes good music, right? That you go in with a commitment, just as the musician or the lead drummer plays the rhythm and has to hold that rhythm down while you're in the circle. You have to do the same by dancing in a way that is going to stabilize and heat up the music with dynamic rhythmic change.
Yeah.
And so this was a decolonial epiphany for me, because I realized that actually the moves will only get you to a certain point. you have to understand how those movement phrases that are taught by choreographers such as Mustafa Bangura, how they lay into the music, how they support the music. And this is one of the, creative philosophies of Black African dance, which is to create rhythmic virtuosity. And a dancer cannot do that by themselves. They have to do it in relationship to a musician, or to the music, the electronic music or the pre-recorded music that they're listening to. But in West Africa, the aesthetic is about that interaction with live music.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joan. Our next student with a question is Zakia Atkinson.
Good evening, Dr. Cruisebanks. It's a pleasure to have you with us and learn about your work and contributions. My question is, based on your experiences, how do dance artists and educators ensure that they are facilitating dance experiences in ways that are physically, culturally, and emotionally accessible to divergent and particularly marginalized groups?
Thank you, Zakia. That's a really important question. The first thing that I would say is that dance educators have to bring a pedagogy of love, right? They have to teach with a genuine care for their students, for the emotional, spiritual, psychological journey that their students are on when they are studying dance or when they're in your classroom. And that we also focus on pulling out the strengths of our students. I would say that teaching culturally relevant, student-centered dance curriculums is part of this aspiration as well. For example, there's a lot of brown and Black folks out there who have not conceptualized themselves as dancers or dance artists because they didn't go to formal dance training, for example. Or they assume that they didn't study ballet or modern dance, and so therefore they could never be a dancer or a dance educator. But these are also students who often grow up with dance in their living room. They're taught dance from their grandmothers, their aunties, their uncles, their parents, their cousins, right? And so one of the things that I've noticed oftentimes when I go into a classroom, I will say, who has a dance background? And the only ones who tend to raise their hand are the students who have studio dance backgrounds. And so it always gets me thinking, okay, let me back up. Okay, who likes to dance in the club? Who likes to dance with their cousins? Who made up dances when they were kids, so that we bring to the forefront the way in which dance is a part of the fabric of our life in many cultures. And that and that there's different modes of dancing and different aesthetics and different creative processes that can actually occur within our own families. One of the things that I want to think about is like how dance, how rhythm, how musicality gets passed on within Black churches, for example, within powwows, family barbecues, the cultural sort of activities that we often do with our families that somehow doesn't get, considered under the umbrella of dance. Like, I'm a dancer. And I think that dance educators really do need to draw from the cultural and the ancestral funds of knowledge of our students. And that means that we have to ask questions, dig in to some of the biographical information that helps us identify, where we can really help our students see the cultural knowledge that they come into the classroom with, right? And that, that cha-cha or that electric slide that I did with my auntie matters. And so I would start with that. I think that, so many of our students bring such rich funds of knowledge from our families, from our communities, into our classrooms. And it's important that we acknowledge that and we capitalize on it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Zakia. And thank you so much, Dr. Cruz-Banks. It's such an honor to have you here sharing time with our students. And I love that you talked about aunties in your last answer, because you and I actually share a sense of home, because we were both in Tucson for a long time. And I was just a baby when I was there. I don't think we crossed paths, but I have some very, very dear dance aunties in Tucson, whom I just love. And I think you know some of them as well.
Yeah, Annie Bunker.
Yeah, for sure. Again, thank you so much for the work that you're doing, bringing these stories of Indigenous and Black and African American and African pedagogies to the broader world of dance and dance education. It's been a real pleasure to have you with us. If anyone is interested in reading more of Dr. Cruz-Banks' work, you can find citations for her publications in the symposium program, which will be on the symposium website. Thanks so much.
Hello again. I'm Ted Warburton, Senior Fellow of the Arnhold Institute at Teachers College. Before I share some concluding remarks on the 2021 symposium, I want to begin by thanking Jody and John Arnhold, President Bailey and Provost Rowley, for their support of this inaugural symposium. I would also like to acknowledge Executive Director and Professor Barbara Bashaw, Professor Matthew Hinley, and Assistant Director David Sadowski for their excellent work in coordinating this event. Our theme, Pioneering Visions for Access and Equity in Dance Education, was envisioned as a way both to foreground the Harlem Renaissance as an intellectual and cultural movement with particular resonance for Teachers College, and as a powerful reaffirmation of the Black and African American experience as foundational to dance history and dance education today. In his insightful presentation, Dr. Perpiner reminded us that the intention of the artists and scholars behind the Harlem Renaissance was to build an infrastructure that would support an artistic movement that reflected the Harlem imperative to pursue a path that led to African American representation and a creation of work that explored a people's cultural history. We learned from Dr. Laverty's extensive research on Professor Charles H. Williams exactly how this path could be paved. Professor Williams not only established modern dance in the curriculum of a Black university, he laid the foundation for research into Black dance, making a major contribution to American dance and dance education. In Laverty's dance reconstructions, we could visualize how the Hampton Institute Creative Dance Group inspired students and audiences alike with its use of Haitian and African, cultural and spiritual themes in the modern dance genre. Finally, as Dr. Cruz-Banks reminded us, such dance and dancing together can submerge a group in unique worldviews that nurture indigenous intellects and sensory acuity. These images of laying a foundational infrastructure, of constructing something new, and of seeking unique worldviews are truly powerful metaphors for our present-day aspirations. It is our turn to build up a more equitable future. I imagine the idea of building up must also have been in the hearts and minds of those Harlem inhabitants gazing out on the landscape of New York City in the early 1920s. For decades, the sounds of the city had been characterized by a cacophony of construction as skyscrapers rose to dominate the skyline. In fact, the Equitable Building was supposed to be the last of Manhattan's skyscrapers. When it opened in 1915, it cast, in a very real sense, everything around it into shadow, a 555-foot neoclassical cliff rising sheer from the street, looming over Broadway, and condemning a swath of the city's inhabitants to a life in permanent shadow. Its construction spurred New York's authorities into action. A year later, the city introduced its very first zoning law, decreeing that any future skyscrapers would have to taper away from the street so as to allow light and air to permeate to ground level. Like any good policy, rather than herald the end of the skyscraper era, the zoning law started a boom. Architects scurried to design buildings that complied with the new regulations. Capitalist monoliths with a human face. The results, the Chrysler, the Empire State, and the rest, still stand as the jewels of Manhattan's skyline, the beauty that makes them compelling, a direct consequence of an obstacle overcome. That truth holds away from architecture as well. In the history of dance and dance education, we often find that the complications addressed and compromises reached, the workarounds explored, and imperfections unmasked, those artists and educators who step out from the shadows do not diminish our sense of wonder, but increase it. Necessity is not only the mother of invention, but of admiration and infection too. Nowhere do we find this truth more relevant than in our present day. Not unlike the 1920s, we find ourselves moving into a post-pandemic setting that is spurring its own complicated renaissance in representation, where more and more people are using digital technologies to present themselves in new ways online. To complicate matters further, being and becoming online is taking on new, nuanced meanings at a moment when the dominant culture is struggling with under-recognized and unacknowledged burdens of institutional racism, classism, and colonialism, whose legacies impact all media and visions of self-presentation, identity construction, and personal education. As we conclude this inaugural symposium, I urge us to recall again those visionary Black and African American artists and scholars of the Harlem Renaissance. Their lives and their labors must stand tall in our histories, reminding us that we need more light and air, access and equity to permeate to ground level. We need more respect for diversity throughout our histories, not less. Our students must know artists like Winfield, Guy, and Dunham, must appreciate leaders like Charles H. Williams and Burrell McBurney, and must learn from scholars like Dr. Cruz Banks if we are to stand up and dance together at the forefront of our contemporary movement for greater inclusion in society. Thank you.